All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Straight Talk. I am very excited about tonight and what it means to our people and what it means to be free from lies and deception. It is very important to understand and to know your past so you can understand the present and predict the future. All lies, all lies must be eradicated, and we must anchor ourselves within the ground of our ancestors to pay them their respect and to show them admiration and to never let anyone outside of our people who know the truth and what that is to spread it. We are our brother and sister's keeper. Let's not make no mistake about that. It is important to understand where we come from, to know where we are and where we are going. Our history has been lied about, lied to us, and lied to the people who are perpetrating it, namely and chiefly white people. So tonight's show is about the transatlantic slave trade, the lie. It did not involve Africans as has been discussed in so many ways. Excuse me, I'm coming down with a cold because my nose is running. But the idea is that when I was a little boy, that was born in I think born in '72, but I think Roots came out '78. So I was a little boy. And the thing about it all, they constantly hammered. You are a slave, you are a slave, you are a slave. Now, thank God I had the kind of parent that told me we were prisoners of war, but it's been so ingrained into our heads. And the author of that book that dealt with the slavery coming off the west coast of Africa, I forget his name, but the brother lied. He stole that idea, theme, overall, what do you call it, gist of his story, a white guy. And the name of the book was called Roots. And the idea is that this brother played right into the hands of white supremacy to sell it, and in the end, having to pay that white guy for the idea of roots that never happened within his family. So tonight, we got to really think. It doesn't take much to put all the facts on the table, to discern, to have discernment and wisdom and knowledge and understanding of the basics of what life is all about. And there are three things that you cannot hide forever: the sun, the moon, and the truth. So tonight, I'm going to go over some very powerful uh, um, pictures. Because a picture is 1,000 words, you guys. It tells a lot, and especially when it's based in facts. I don't give a damn about somebody's feelings or emotions about the slave trade and want to be the door of no return, which is fake as well. It never happened. And the way in which they portrayed white people going on the west coast of Africa, picking up and um, picking up African slaves, they weren't that technologically advanced. And how could that be? We were in control of the seven seas of the Atlantic Ocean, which, by the way, was called the Ethiopian Ocean or Ethiopic Ocean. Our forefather, black men, controlled the world, and you're going to see that tonight. And I want you to be able to discern the difference of the truth and the lie. And all I'm going to do is put the facts on the table, be honest, forthright, and to tell the truth and to speak the truth to power. If you've been following me on this page, you should know by now that I don't play with our history. I don't curse the name of our ancestors because I want to be blessed by them. Dia tu mama Olympia because itu hasil demi show. So um, what we're gonna do? We're gonna go to my boys' WhatsApp. Do this one more time and look at some pictures, and then we're gonna go to some videos that are important to the foundation in which I want to lay. First and foremost, I want you to understand that the white man is not a man at all. He's a little boy. Pushing buttons and pulling levers and strings behind the curtain, thinking he's a wizard. Now he's blowing smoke up our asses. And all we have to do, my people, is pull back the curtain of lies and deceit. They can't beat us. We beat ourselves. There's a African proverb, and you're going to see that tonight too. When two brothers fight to the death, the stranger get in the middle, get the key to the house. We can't afford to fight. We can't afford to strangle each other to the point where we become so weak that these idiots, known as white people, take over. They did this shit in Egypt, reaching Rome, and now after being kicked out of Spain and Portugal in 1492. So, without further ado, let me go directly. This is a new setup that they have here on StreamYard. So I'm going to share the screen, and we're going to go right into the picture. Okay. So please hold on, and then let me bring Brother Muhammad's image up. I mean, you are the images. So these are what I have. These are not AI. These are not fake images. These are not lies. I'm committed to you guys who are watching this, watching it in the future, that the first slaves shipped to American colonies in 1619 were 100 white children from Ireland. Truth matters. The first slave imported into American colonies were 100 white children in 1619, 4 months before the arrival of the first shipment of black slaves. I'm going to correct that, but we weren't slaves, we were prisoners of war. I'm going to explain that as I present the videos and the evidence pointing in that direction. The Transatlantic slave trade was a war between black people, the black Catholics of Greece and Rome, after being kicked out of by King Ferdinand and Queen Isabella, who were black, and I'm going to prove that tonight too. And the fact that it was a war between the Catholics and the Muslims, and principally, I'm saying that right, principally the Jews who were black and always have been black. So let me continue with this little square thing. Many were brought from Ireland, where the law held that it was no more sin to kill an Irishman than a dog or any other brute. King James II, followed by King Charles I and Oliver Cromwell, well, who was black, sold over 500,000 Irish Catholics into slavery throughout the 1600s onto plantations in the West Indies islands of Antigua, Montserrat, Jamaica, Barbados, as well as Virginia and New England. Irish slaves were less expensive than African and treated with more cruelty and death. I'm going to prove that tonight too, because you got a lot of people who think uh, that they were treated better and they could have gone up up in the upper echelon of black society and black rule at that time, because every every civilization in the world was created by black people. In every kingdom, whether it's throughout Europe, throughout Russia, whether it's throughout Turkey and what have you, these were black kingdoms being ran by black people with kings and queens that were black. So allow me to continue. In New England, Irish slaves were less expensive than African and treated with more cruelty and death. Now, in this little blurb, I want to see if I can bring this up a little bit. In the 17th century, from 1600 until 1699, there were many more Irish sold as slaves than Africans. So you got to understand what slave means. Slave is a derivative of Slav, the Slavic Indo-European so-called pale-skinned people. There are records of Irish slaves well into the 18th century. Many never made it off the ships. According to written record, in at least one incident, 132 slaves, men, women, and children, were dumped overboard to drown because ship supplies were running low. They were drowned because the insurance would pay for an accident, but not if the slaves were allowed to starve. Okay, and you guys need to check out this book. There's like tens of thousands. Okay, so over the last 37, 35, 37 years, I've read literally over 20,000 books. Some very big, a lot of them very small. But I've read, I am a reader, I do not play. All right? This is another book, The Book of the Glory of the Black Race. Great book, Al-Jahiz, who is the father of, like Charles Darwin, the father of evolution. This guy lived about 1,000 years before Charles Darwin, and he gets his ideas from Charles Darwin. Al-Jahiz had no positive review of white people because they don't. They only brought what to the table of humanity? And you know already. Death, destruction, disease, and despair. Okay? Yeah, I want to make sure. Oh, let me go back and bring this up again. Uh, Now, you can pray until you faint, but unless you get up and try to do something, God is not going to put it into your lap. God is not going to put it into your lap in terms of our history. You must learn it. Read, and know for a fact, not thinking, not guessing, not assuming, for a fact that we are who say we are because our ancestors have written it onto the walls of Egypt, onto the walls uh, of the Aztec and Mayan civilization, which is the black civilization, onto the wall in written record. All of the black people who were here hundreds of thousands of years in the Americas and America proper. The Indians that you see today are nothing but imitation, just like the white people who profess to be Jews. They're fake Jews. Okay? Let me see. I'm going to go straight up here, and I'm going to go to the other batch of pictures. Now, this one, uh, yeah, I don't want to disturb what I put up to display. But I'm gonna see if it shows up again. I can always just erase this one and go right back to um, the block of pictures that I had. So yeah, but I'm on. I'm on. Hold on. Let me. Oh, here we go. Okay. So that's my boy Basil or Elias is going to be on the show as a complimentary speaker, I guess, expert. But here you can see, you can see in the castle. Castles were built by black people, not white people. Hold on. Were built by black people. Kings and queens. You can see the crown on their head. And here are they call them, I forget the actual name, what they call these people with the arrow. But here are the white people. These people, as you can see, had long nails, very hairy. They were called Wodawoos, and you can look this up on Google. Wild men, hair all over them, stinking like hell. And this is the reason why so many of our people died throughout Europe. And it was very hard to kill them because they had the Black Death that they carried with them. But all that hair and never washing your ass and pissing and shitting on yourself, you know that's gonna be some hellified shit. Okay, so let me get out of here and um, go back to. Oh hey, brother Willie, I really appreciate you being here, and everybody else that are here too. Um, so we're gonna get it cracking tonight, man. I'm not. Uh, I have no time limit. Not to bash Brother Marie, but you know I'm giving my time on my own show because I am very, very, very committed to excellence and being very thorough and honoring our ancestors, so I can receive the blessing. The blessing. I can receive the blessings of our ancestors. Okay, and when you honor thy mother and thy father, your days upon the earth shall be long and bountiful. So let me go on back to that picture. I mean, the group of pictures that is. Okay, so now here's the name of my book called "The White Man's Burden of Lies and Deceit," that delves into the deep, unknown history that I've known that I have never seen anybody talk about as to why white people hate black people so much. And I did that. This is a about 1,000-page book, and dealing with why white people hate black people so much. And I think that is the overall theme that runs through the heart, mind, and soul of black folk. Uh, Here you can see it's just like if you don't read. Hold on, I put out of noise. If you don't read what it looks like when you ignore history, you're shooting yourself in the foot. Why do that? Why? You hear white genocide. Did you know? The government is obviously turning a blind eye on these statistics, as no action plan has yet been established to reduce the white murder numbers. In fact, some political leaders encourage black South Africans to go out and kill whites. These people, look, they spend hundreds of billions, if not trillions of dollars over the last 100 years since the inception of magazines and TV and radio and stuff like that to make themselves look more important than what they are. You understand? They got this image of white perfection that they cannot let go. And that is the nail in the coffin that's going to get them, that is getting them. Can you imagine the fact that they ain't shit, they ain't never been shit, that they wake up to that reality? that the people who actually created every civilization and all of its elements, medicine, law, trigonometry, calculus, uh, you name it, black people, it would be terrifying. And the fact that no less than 75% of the people who took the vaccine are going to die. The vaccine kills you, if not on the same damn day you take it. You're definitely getting up out of here in 5 years, and that's the maximum number of years you got left if you took the vaccine. All right. Here, this is coming from my book. We talk about that a lot, and when I wrote my book, it was as if I was talking to Bob, which is like my alter ego. I just um, took that name and ran with it because it's easier to spell. I don't have to I don't have to write out a whole long name. But anyway, this is coming off my book. So we talked about that a lot in book one of the series WNB, and this is from book two, I think. Yeah. So so profound that this system of white supremacy is that white people just can't let go of it. It's addictive to be seen as cream de la creme of the world, even though I know they are not, and like this may purport to relate white folks ain't shit. And you see a white woman looking into the mirror, and she finally realizes she ain't shit. And this is another one. I don't want to go into it, but if you wanted to come back and take a look at it, you can do so. I just want to run through these pictures. Beautiful sister. I think she's from Sudan. Yes, here it is. The Sudanese model, Naikam. I guess that's how you pronounce it. Absolutely stunning, beautiful. I mean, and we are the filtered down version of the black universe, the black heavens in human form. What is inside of us is outside in the universe. What is outside in the universe is inside of us. You can't deny that. There's another beautiful sister, just gorgeous. Here's another one, and a brother that I seen another brother. I don't know what the hell I did with the picture, but he was more dark than that. I'm like, holy shit! There's some more sisters here, and the myth of the created. No, the partition of Israel was done by the Rockefeller, the Rothschild family, Britain, and if I'm not mistaken, the Vatican. So no, it is an illegal state, and so on and so forth. Admission to the United Nations. Well, you can recommend, but that doesn't mean it is. Okay, so let me get out of here. I don't want to be focused on that. Okay, so we're gonna go to this one. This is what I was talking about. So as you can see, this is America. The book is called America, and I don't remember the name of the author. But as you can see, the black Indians were running over white folks, the pale skin, and they would call you Rugu, Tamahus, not white. Being white did not start until 1680 and did not become codified in law and recognized by so-called pale skin until the 1880s. All based in lies, all based in deception, because um, the name of the guy, holy shit, uh, Blumenbach and Meisner made up the lie when they came back from Greece and Rome and seeing the alabaster statues, thinking that that was them. These were unfinished work that were about to be painted black. So when he came back, they got all kinds of anthropological, archaeological, linguistical facts and truths according to them, and earned PhD and went around a lie. And they earned PhD from Harvard and Yale, all based on fucking lies. Can you understand it? So the so-called white folks of today are full of shit. This is what you gotta recognize. This is what you gotta see. And these motherfuckers ain't as smart as you want to think. They lie, they scheme, they connive, and they steal ideas from black folks. The only thing white folks created was the trademark office and the patent office. All right, now you see this man killing his wife. He's a white man. I'm not saying black men don't kill their wives either, but disproportionate is done by white men and black women, or white women and black men, whatever that purported statistic is. I don't know what that is. Here you have another white woman. She's licking the toilet off the airplane toilet. Here you have a beautiful black American Indian. And this is my boy, Cepeda Brunson. If you ever are on Facebook, please look him up. Then the Shabbat Shalom. Look, these fake Jews don't know anything about this philosophy we call the Hebraic, African Hebraic way of life. It is a way of life to help you find the way of life. It's not a religion. Just like Buddha was black men, and so on and so forth. So when you look at the wannabe Jews talking about they this and they that, they're not. We already know that. I don't have to go into explaining about the Balfour Declaration and all of the evil shit that went on, not only there in the Middle East, but here in America and the Americans and around the world. But Netanyahu and his cronies know nothing about the Torah and know nothing about Shabbat, know nothing about anything dealing with the so-called religion that they practice. And fuck them, they into uh, what's that doctrine? It'll come to me. But the basic thing that you got to know about the African Hebraic way of life is, I'm drawing a blank, guys. It's Tikkun Olam, healing of the world. How can I, as a member of society and the global initiative, play a role in making it better? It doesn't matter if it goes up 1 inch or 1 mile, 1,000 miles up or better. What can I do to make it better? That's what that's about. Now here you can see a black man. This was done in the 1800s. Normally, you would think that a Caucasian is a white guy, but here you got the depiction of a black guy being called Caucasian. As a matter of fact, all of these names are black. American, Arctic, Australian, African, Mongolian. The king of the Mongolian or Mongols were the black guy, and European. This had nothing to do with white folks. Here's the Moors ruling in China. The original Chinese were black. All right. And the fact that Emperor Qing, of which China gets its name from, was a black guy. Here you have it again. And here they talk about the Anglo-Saxon race. These were black people. Says, let me start here. Another circumstance connected with the name, hold on, if I can bring it closer. With the name, which it is desirable to remember in the absence of evidence to show that the Old English ever called any of the darker complexion Britain brown men or black men. Their name for them was Whalers or Wheelers. So far as I am aware, not a single instance occurs in which the Welsh, who were black, are mentioned in any Anglo-Saxon document as black or brown. On the contrary, the Welsh annals mention black Viking on the coat if they were men of unusual personal, as if they were men of unusual personal appearance. There was another old word used by the Saxons and the Anglo-Saxons to denote black or brown. That was called swart or swarthy. The personal names Stuart and Swart, I don't know how you say that, may have been derived from this word, may have originally denoted, no, originally derived from this word and may have originally denoted people of a dark brown and black complexion. So this is the source. Chauncey Sir H. Historical Antiquities of Hartford, Hertfordshire, page 265 in the Annals Cambriae, AD 986. Now, back in the day, five Russian women agreed to be artificially inseminated with chimpanzee sperm as part of an experiment funded by the Soviet government to create a human-ape hybrid. Do I really need to explain about these crazy motherfuckers? Do I really need to go into that? And here's the father of white folk, the albino. See, these white people, as we know them to be today, are the descendants of Dravidian albino. Now, you know, an albino is still a black person, just lack melanin. And for all of us visiting genetically recessive albino, behold, you came, how you came into being to witness your genetic father. Here you have the Moor ruling Europe. And as an adjunct, going to find you, well, if the true Europeans were white, then how did they ever get into uh, uh, Europe, and then we conquered them and do this, do that, and black people running it? The idea is what I was just saying a while ago, that the hairy, nasty, stinking, disgusting Rodowoos or wild men came into our black Holy Roman Empire and decimated it and took it over and forced the papacy into France, where we had the 100-Year War, 10-Year War, and so on and so forth with these beasts of burden, these animals of humanity. And once again, we were fighting amongst ourselves and dealing with the nastiness and the infirmities of what happened with these people who came into our Holy Roman Empire and our empires of France and Scotland, and so on and so on. That's what happened. So when we look into them, when I start getting sick, my ears start to not tickle, but not hurt, but irritate the shit out of me. But anyway, uh, you got to be aware of the history. You got to be aware of who was king at the time, who was the slaves at the time. And the idea of landlord comes from the fact that the serf, whether you want to call it a serf or slave or serf, it's still the same thing. These were white people working for the royal elite and the King James and all of the king previous to him, and King James. Then you have the other one after that, uh, the Sun King, who was black. All right, so King Louis XIV. So when you look at the greater aspect of it, you get a better understanding as to what happened. And we're going to cover that tonight, you know what I mean? But don't worry, sit back, sit tight as I lay the foundation for this. Now, with this one, I really hate how our women are being portrayed in the movies as if they're getting some kind of adoration for the Oscar when only they play from a psychic, abusive mother, maid, abusive mother, and maid and slave. And this is, hold on, and this is a good one. Don't make a problem if there are none. Why are you creating problems in your mind, heart, and soul with lies and deception about our history when there are none? Learn to listen to experts. Now, I'm not an expert. I consider myself to be in kindergarten, always and forever. And I want you to know that even though I know I can and I will be able to debunk any of the bullshit that people may say, and especially our people who think that we were slaves being packed up in a goddamn uh, ship. Listen, the fucking ship got a goddamn motor. That did not happen until 1810. And even then, the technology wasn't really that all that great. They'd be shipping hundreds of millions of people from Africa. Give me a fucking break. Think. Remove your fucking emotions out the shit and remove your goddamn feelings. Because I don't give a fuck about your feelings nor your emotion. I give no fucks. What I care about is representing our ancestors, and you can hear that in my voice. I am not here to play. I'm not here to fumble and stumble and slide from side to side and doing all that bullshit. You guys know me by now. I am very serious. I'll be 53 years old, not 35. Turn the motherfucking numbers around. So, we're going to keep moving forward because we got a lot to cover. And here you got the Dub, the Delta, the Dub, the Welsh, the Dane, the Viking. This is how we treated the people, the so-called Persians, Tamahus, or Yahoo. We decimated these motherfuckers. Iceland commemorates. You can look this up on Google. Excuse me. Every year they Google. Every year they commemorate the kidnapping of Persians who were too close to the shore on Iceland, and even if they went um, in the center of the island, the Vikings disembarked and hunted them down. This is where you get the name Bugaboo from. It is so far removed from white folks' mind, they don't remember that shit, and from black people's mind. But here again, with the black guy with the axe, they were not fucking playing with these motherfuckers. Our ancestors hated these bitches because they know exactly how and why they are. Now, I think this is a beheaded child and about to kill this woman, baby, and kill them all. You know what I mean? And this is what we're talking about. The African, the elephant did not pray; it acted. We got to rise up and work together. We're in a political war, economic war, spiritual war, and physical war. And we're not gonna lose. We're not. And this is what they call the Circassian people. These were black people with Afro. Can you dig that? And you cannot say, and by looking at somebody white. There are so many white black people who pass for white. That's ridiculous. Babe Ruth, Mae West, just to name a few. Walter White of the NAACP. He could easily pass for white with blue eyes and very, 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 very pale skin and straight hair or wavy hair. Here is another important book by John L. Johnson, The Negro Rulers of Scotland and the British Isles, and the Chinese people were black. Okay. Now let me tell you this: when I was in Japan and in the Roppongi district, this is back in late '90, early '91, and I had a chance to go to the Roppongi district of Tokyo, Japan, and it was like, well, damn, it was packed. You know, this is the island that's the only land that got arable is like maybe 25%. All of it is too mountainous to live on, right? And so, me and my buddy, his father, um, took us to Japan, and I said, why not? You know, I was uh, practically grown, you know what I mean? But I had an opportunity, and somebody offered it, and I went. So when I was in Japan, I took it upon myself because I heard that there were darker Japanese in the southern part of Japan called Kyushu. So I went down there, and I could tell you, if they did not take off their sunglasses, you could swear up and down it was a brother from Harlem, afros and all, and everything. And a funny story about that too. Is that a white couple went to Japan. And they wanted to talk with the priest, and so they waited for a while and a while and a while, about 45 minutes. To make a long story short, the the priest came out, or whatever name, priest, I don't know what came down. He was dark skinned with an afro and slanted eyes. They fell back on their ass. They couldn't believe it. And here, let me get to this. So this is a friend of mine, Monday we bought. Says OCA1 and OCA4, straight hair, red, blonde hair, blue eye, blue green eyes, red eyes, white skin is albinism or albinoid. You can call white folks albinoid because they're albino like. Caucasoid, they're Caucasian like. Europoid, they're European like. Now this is Mario Di Giovanni painting. I don't know why I cut that off. It's a black guy. And a lot of people are still dealing with cognitive dissonance. It's important to break past that and to accept the truth for what it is. No if, no ands, no buts, no doubt, no nothing. So tonight you're going to be hearing facts, not what I feel. I give no fuck about my feelings and my emotion too. I give no fuck. All I care about are facts. Is what I'm saying about our ancestors true or not? And it is 100%. And I will guarantee anybody who can say tonight or after tonight, after seeing the evidence, that the transatlantic slave trade did not happen the way you were taught. $10,000. Now, if once I prove it, you got to pay me $1,000. Just to be fair, you're getting 10 to 1. All right. And if you lose, I want my goddamn money. You know what cognitive dissonance is. And here you have the Mayans and the Chronicles of the Mayan Kings and Queens. Great book. And here you can go to lostfeather.weebly.com. I think it's still a viable site or link. The American Moors. Here you have more Black Indians. I hate saying Black Indian, but when you see it, you should know that when you say Indian, you're talking about Black people. And the source is africasource.com. And here the Celtic Moors from Europe and Mount Samusa. And here again, white folks love copying what we do. You should know that by now. Here the real Vikings. And I can't really see what this is here. The black, yeah, I'm sorry if it's not showing up. But you can see the sun god, Aten, um, and the pharaoh who created the belief in the one God was, and I wish Ma was it. But anybody that knows, it's going to come to me. But it's the first reported case of identity theft. And this is where they're getting it from. Right here. And this is another one, the Ark and the Sun. And here you go. And white lives matter because you got to distinguish the truth from the lie. And here is a white boy telling you that the fake Jews in Israel, and there are a lot of them who are saying that. And I remember back in the day, Eli Wiesel, who was perhaps the most famous, renowned Ashkenazi chaos. Get your book. No, yeah. Allow the police station. Um, where was it? I was saying it, Eli Wiesel. I seen him in video, you guys, surrounded by other white wannabe Jews. You know what he said? They asked him, when the Messiah come back, what would he look like? And they're thinking that he's going to say they're white. The guy honestly told him he will be black. I'm quite certain that blew they fucking minds out. I'm telling you. And here you have, let me get control of this. The reason why black drop out. And this is so emphatically important. Because when you don't know your history, you're going to think you ain't shit. Jesus was a white man, and Egyptians were white, Israelites were white, Mohican was white, the last samurai white, the white man, Superman, Batman. I mean, all these characters, superheroes, originally were black. Uh, nobody except they have to be a white man. King Arthur was white. That's not true. King James was white. That's not true. Shakespeare was a great white man. That's not true. He was black. All these people were black. Mozart was white. That's not true. And 100 years from now, we're gonna say Michael Jackson was black. You know how the story goes. But like I say, no lie lives forever. Okay, okay. So now, look, you have this interpretation in Saturday Evening Post, where white men are carrying out the uncivilized blacks and other people to the land of destiny and to the land of civilization. African Nubian artifacts yield evidence of earliest monarchy. I'm gonna let that stay there for a minute so you can take a look at it. Uh, hold on, let me. Yeah, cause I got to see if my boy is there. Okay, excuse me. Whew. And here you got some more. Parte Orientale de la Nouvelle France. I don't speak French. Ooh, oh, way. Ooh, do Canada. And here you have more. And know thyself. A person who knows not and knows not that they know not is a fool. Disregard them. A person who knows not and knows that they know not is simple. Teach them. A person who knows not and believes that they know is dangerous. Avoid them. These are words of wisdom from my ancestors together. This is why I pay so much attention. Ma, I have never found a person who knows and knows not that they know is asleep. Awake them. A person who knows and knows that they know is wise. Follow them. And here's another representation of the Saturday Evening Post, where everybody black is uncivilized, and here comes the white man being the civilizer. Goddamn word, yeah. My beautiful wife brought me some coffee. And I hope I don't spill it on this $2,000 game computer. Hold on. So I'm gonna set it way over on the other side, damn near on the other side of the table. Okay, so and the original. No, I'm not gonna cover this one, but it's dealing with the Virginia legislature is prima facie certification. The 13th Amendment is now and has been since 1812 the official law of the land. So I'm not going to cover that right now. But anyway, uh, here again, we have uh, the Moors attack a castle. A picture worth 1,000 words, but which words? Understanding our past affects our ability to understand the present and future. So how do we shift truth, from belief and write our own history? How do we penetrate years and centuries of historical distortion to find original truth? If you teach them their history began with slavery, everything else seems like a fantastic story alive. Now look, This is the Queen Mary, a cruise liner for people who want to see different parts of the world. Today, it's like American Cruise Line. It can carry thousands upon thousands of people, food and everything. Here's the Titanic. It could carry I don't know how many people. You'll probably find out on Google. Here is the Wyoming and the Santa Maria. Very, very, very small in the north part. Here is about the Santa Maria is about 100 feet. The Wyoming about 300 feet. The Titanic 800 feet, and the Queen Mary about 1,200 feet. How the fuck can you get all these millions of black people onto a ship? This motherfucking small. Even at the Wyoming, which wasn't that big. How do you explain that? How do you make that jump? Because in your mind you are creating a story. They're giving you the narrative, fake narrative, and then you run with it. Oh yeah, they had us packed in there like starting. There were no fucking goddamn ships. A ship, motherfucker, got a goddamn motor. That did not happen until about 1810, 15. Okay. Oh, it says here the Queen Mary could hold 4,300 people. So you're talking about hundreds upon hundreds of people jamming themselves into the Santa Maria or even the Wyoming. Man, you better shut the fuck up. Because I swear to God, some of y'all wouldn't know how to pour piss out of a boot, even if the direction said turn up. Y'all just fucking stupid. Because you're not asking the serious questions. You're not digging deep and looking past the bullshit. This is a white boy, white girl behind the curtain of lies and deceit who are pulling the strings, blowing smoke up your fucking ass, and all you gotta do is pull back the curtain. If you're there, brother Elias, I'll be right with you in a minute. Here are the what do you call it? The family crest of black people. Your name, your last name isn't a slave name. White people didn't have a first name. Damn, they definitely didn't have a last name. They got this shit from you. And here is the Mayan civilization. Look at the beautiful construction that took place here. Beautiful. As a matter of fact, there's evidence, plenty of it, and it is true that the civilization of the Mayans and the Aztec was more advanced than the one that we established in Spain. In Spain, they brag about having lights and cobblestone walkways, and you can walk for miles and don't have to struggle walking. In Europe, after white folks took it over, if you walk down the street in about 2 or 3 minutes, you're gonna get robbed, stabbed, beaten up. There was none of that in Mali, Ghana, and Sanghay. You could lose or drop your, I'm going to say wallet, I don't know what that would be back then. And the 700, from 700 to 1492, 800 years of rule, you could lose your wallet and then come back and find it days later. Ain't nobody touch it. Okay? Let me drink my coffee. Saludo. Lakai. Hell. And here is King James, if I'm not mistaken. Uh, Now, in the comments, and also look on Facebook for firsthand history. Now, in the comment, I put the book. Um, oh God, what was it? Uh, oh wow. Hold on. Let me. Let's see if I can go back. You see, because you know what? I'm gonna continue. But this book, the Secret Services of John Mackey. What I wanted to say. I put that in the comment that it's a free book and it's very enlightening. It tells you what the kings and queens, the duchess, and so on and so forth, and the people and on the admirals and all of that who served in the British Army, Navy, all of it. And they explain it to you that these people were black. Here, Charles II went under the same denomination, for he was none other the son of King Charles I, but the son of one of the queen's five fiddlers begotten by him on the body of the queen, and was so like him a huge swarthy black fellow with his great blobber lip, full lip. I'm gonna make that. And here again, you see what it's describing. Black complexion, much like King Charles, and that was King Charles II. So King Charles II, that goes into it. The Duke of Grafton, Charles Fitzroy, a tall black man. So even when you look, this is my point. Go and look up Charles Fitzroy, a picture of him. They're going to show that he was white. And after you see, this is a first-hand look of what these people look like in the book, The Secret Service of John Mackey, telling you that he was a black man. But if you go to Google, they're going to show that he was a white guy. And once you lie, anything else you say is null and void. It ain't shit. White folks ain't shit, and fuck all white folks. And that you can't trust them. I don't give a fuck how nice they look, how smart they look, how many PhDs. None of these motherfuckers I ever wrote on X, they're gonna come up on me and talk shit. I don't have a PhD, but I know I can beat them. Llevo esa en la habitación ustedes. And here's another African king of Kiev, Russia. Boris of Russia. Boris and Gleb were sons of Saint Vladimir, Grand Prince of Kiev, who were the first Christian ruler in Russia. They had two other brothers, Yaroslav and Vyodor Yavapol. Uh, Now here is the Grand Moorish Vicar, the founder of the Knights of the Templar. The Knights of the Templar were black men. And this killed me. It says, your magic lasso can make my warriors submit, but not I, for I am Wonder Woman. Nubia. Do I need to keep going here? Wrong, we're done. If Kendrick and Beyonce did a song together, white people would take February off the calendar. Because obviously they actually believe that country music and every other music belong to white folks. They haven't created no type of music. Now here is white people who were kept out of Egypt for tens of thousands of years until we finally just let them come in. That was the worst fucking mistake. Teach us great gods. And here again, Greeks came to Africa as students to discover what Africans already knew. Writing, science, medicine, and spirituality were already a part of the Egyptian civilization. And here again, it's Orsini in Italy. The most important and powerful family of Italy were the Medici. Jews, they were. Now, this is what I like too. The messenger can only deliver the message to those who are vibrational match to the message. So don't stress yourself out saying things to people who can't hear it. This is me. If you can't hear it and you don't know shit about it, this tonight's episode of Straight Talk It's only for those who are ready to hear, ready to accept the message. Here again, when Saxony were black and England had black royal families. Black Otto the First and Edith. You have Frederick the Third, Frederick the First, Maurice, Johann George, Frederick the Eighth. More to come. These are the kin of the Moors and the wild men, and the Moors. Unfortunately, it was the wild men who ended up marrying and forcing their way into the Black Strasbourg line, creating the illusion today that it all began white. Even Saxony, but what can you expect when dishonest white so-called historians write music, write not music, ah, write the history book? You have Edward the Third, Second, King Henry the Third, Fourth, Fifth, Sixth, Seventh, Eighth, Ninth, whatever it is. These are all black people, guys. Here again, you have King Edward the Third, King James the Fourth of Scotland, and the First of England, King Philip the Second, Henry the Fourth, King of France, King Charles the Fifth, and Holy Roman Emperor Ferdinand, and his wife, and his son Maximilian, King Ferdinand and Queen Isabel. Abraham Lincoln, the Afrikaner, he was black guy, along with his vice president Hannibal Hamlin. And I love that guy. If you think that the white man of today is different from the white man 500 years ago, you done lost your motherfucking mind. Now, these are the short list of the things that our ancestors created: keys, levers, chisels, you name it, all here. What we don't know won't hurt us. Right. According to scientists, the father of all men is 340,000 years old, and the Y chromosome was discovered in South Carolina. This is the voodoo, the wild man holding the coat of arms. So you got to realize that black people have been on this planet 1-2 seconds older than dirt, or younger than dirt, however it goes. And the fact is that we are the end all and be all. Everything begins in blackness. And Alexander the Great was black. Now, this is my second book called, let's see if I can bring this up, The White Man Burden of Lies and Deceit, True Understanding White Supremacy. Okay? Understanding white supremacy. We need to understand white supremacy and what that is. It is a charade based on lies and deceit. Lies and deceit. Lies and deceit. It is founded in that they are living a life of lies and deceit. So we're gonna. Oh, this is my first book. I already got one out of that one here. So let me. I don't think I got any more. Now this one, this is the first lady. I put this into the chat. We're the first ladies of the United States, meaning that the president's wife. We had a lot of black first ladies. We're gonna get into this guy and to this guy, and we are on our way, ladies and gentlemen, improving that King Ferdinand and Queen Isabella were black. Okay, so here we go. Saludo, Lacaim, and all that good stuff. All right, hold on. Try to finish my call. Okay, so now let me get out of here and going back to my list of videos that I have. I'm going to start with the first one. Hold on. Now we've seen this one before, and I showed that, so we don't have to do that one again. So let me get out of there. Now we're going to move on to what this white guy is saying about his own so-called people, these albinoid people, these gurus, these time of what we call them. Okay, so we're gonna take a 14-minute uh, look at the video, and I will be. Hold on, let me see if my board is here. Hold on, I don't need this. So we're gonna shut that down X and go on to the video. Let me see if my boy is here. No, he's not here yet. Okay, so I'm gonna go on and do that video, and I'll be right back in 15 minutes.
White eyes age the fastest, often developing crow's feet and deep bags decades before non-white people. White beauty standards have always been inconsistent and hypocritical.
Welcome to my YouTube space. The video I'm going to show to you today, the video I'm going to react is about there's this white guy. He has exposed all the secrets of the white people, the hidden originality of the Caucasian or of the white people, the features and everything. This is one of the things that we never learn from the history they never taught us from the school education system for black people everywhere. We don't learn about this, but it's a secret and it's reality of the white people. Let's listen to this video and then we come back again and talk about it.
White people are extremely ugly. It's just a fact. White supremacists love to push beauty standards that favor white features. But let's be real. White people have historically been some of the ugliest people on earth. From pasty skin prone to wrinkles to historically inbred royal families to the sheer lack of symmetry in many white faces, there's a long, well-documented history of white people being objectively less attractive than other groups. White people wrinkle, sag, and develop skin damage faster than any other racial group. Studies show that white skin ages more rapidly due to lower levels of melanin, leading to sagging, sunspots, and earlier wrinkles. White women often get smoker's lines around their lips by their 30s, even if they don't smoke. Sun exposure damages collagen faster in white skin, which is why white people start to look like leather by middle age. Meanwhile, darker skinned people age like fine wine. Black, Latino, and Asian skin has natural UV protection, preventing rapid aging. This is why black celebrities like Pharrell and Angela Bassett look 30 years younger than their white counterparts. White people constantly mock others for their looks, but they're the only group that needs Botox by 35 to keep their face from falling apart. White European royalty married their cousins for centuries, leading to some of the most unattractive faces ever recorded. The Habsburg family of Spain and Austria became so inbred that they developed underbites, bulbous noses, and elongated skulls. King Charles II of Spain was so inbred that he couldn't even close his mouth properly.
If that's true, then obviously it is true because they were inbreeding, so to speak. Not so to speak, that is true. These were black people.
European monarchies kept marrying within their bloodline, leading to genetic disorders and deformed features. Even today, white rural populations have high rates of inbreeding. Studies show that rural white communities in Appalachia and Europe still have significant genetic overlap. The infamous blue Fugates of Kentucky were so inbred that their skin turned blue due to a genetic disorder. Meanwhile, most indigenous African and Asian societies practice genetic diversity through exogamy, marrying outside of close family ties. White people love to claim racial purity, but their obsession with keeping things pure has just led to them looking weird, lumpy, and asymmetrical. Across history, society has viewed white features as undesirable or plain. In ancient times, Africans, Arabs, and Asians were seen as the height of beauty, while Europeans were seen as dull and unattractive. The earliest depictions of white travelers in Asia and Africa mock their pale skin and odd features. Even the Greeks and Romans admired African and Middle Eastern beauty, with many of their paintings and sculptures reflecting non-European ideals. Modern beauty studies show that white features are ranked lower. A global study on facial symmetry found that features associated with non-white populations were considered more attractive. White noses are often too big or too thin, making them look unnatural compared to the balanced features of other groups. White men, in particular, are often ranked as the least attractive group in global dating surveys. White people try to push Eurocentric beauty standards, while history and science prove their features have been considered subpar for centuries. White hair is thin, weak, and ages horribly. White people are more likely to go bald early. White men often start balding in their 20s, while black and Asian men have full hairlines for decades. White hair is prone to split ends and damage, requiring tons of products to keep healthy. Meanwhile, black, indigenous, and Asian hair is naturally thicker, stronger, and healthier. White lips, noses, and eyes are either too extreme or too weak. Thin lips, weak chins, and large, bulbous noses are common features among white Europeans. White people love to mock full lips, but white women spend billions on lip liners to look more ethnic. White eyes age the fastest, often developing crow's feet and deep bags decades before non-white people. White beauty standards have always been inconsistent and hypocritical. They mock black and Latino features and then get surgery to look less white. White skin was historically seen as weak and unhealthy.
It
In
is.
many non-European cultures, darker skin was seen as a sign of strength and resilience, while pale skin was seen as a sign of weakness. European aristocrats hid from the sun to avoid getting darker. But by the 20th century, white people started tanning because they realized they looked better with some color. Now, white people damage their skin just to look more ethnic. White people spend billions on tanning beds and fake tan products because their natural skin tone is seen as bland. Meanwhile, people with naturally darker skin don't have to risk skin cancer just to have a warm complexion. White people like to mock darker skin tones, then turn around and do everything they can to look less pale. The most common plastic surgeries among white women are to fix white features. Nose jobs to reduce long or narrow European noses. Lip fillers to get fuller lips like black and Latino women. Butt and hip implants to mimic non-white body types. Meanwhile, non-white women are naturally celebrated for their features. White women have to buy curves, lips, and tans, while black, Latina, and Middle Eastern women naturally have features that white women pay for. Look at early Hollywood actors, and you'll see some of the most awkward faces ever. Audrey Hepburn, Betty Davis, and Katharine Hepburn were considered beautiful, despite looking average by today's standards. White male stars like Steve Buscemi, Benedict Cumberbatch, and Adam Driver are proof that white beauty standards are.
Let this
Hold
soft
on.
mineral melt in your mouth to rebuild your gums and teeth and never need a dentist again. Did you know there is a natural way?
Weird. Meanwhile, non-white beauty icons have aged far better. Compare Angela Bassett to Madonna, or Denzel Washington to Brad Pitt. Black and brown stars look decades younger. White actors rely on surgery, tanning, and fillers just to keep up. White beauty standards were created out of insecurity because deep down, white people have always known that they are the least naturally attractive group.
Welcome back. Now, he is talking about the features of the white people, the melanin, and everything. One of the people was saying that this guy hates his own race.
Now, look, I'm not going to play it all the way through because he's giving his commentary. But if you want to look for it, you can. I don't think I have to put it into the comment. So I'm going to eliminate that one and move on. Well, I'm going to see if there's been any comments made. Uh, Also, check out HebrewConnect.tv. It is like um, your own YouTube, but it's for black people. Not just for Jews, but for black people. Um, um, where you at? I don't see you. Hold on. And also copy and paste the video that I put here as well. Where you at, Elias? I don't see you. I don't see you. Okay, so I guess we're gonna have to try to get that in order. But listen, let me go forward, and we're gonna take time because I am really and truly dedicated and making it known that white folks ain't shit. That we just need to just ignore them motherfuckers, especially on April the 5th. There's supposed to be some kind of a thing going on. They want black people to participate. White folks. I would suggest that you sit black, and sit back, and don't do a motherfucking thing. So with that, I'm gonna go on to the next video.
Thick mucus making it impossible to breathe? Did you know that mucus buildup and breathing difficulties are your body's?
Wherever you are, as you know,
everything that's going on in this country right now, especially.
I'll be right back. We're gonna break it down in 14 minutes, 2 parts.
With regard to this current administration, is the direct result of white women's laziness, cowardice, and incompetence, or as the French will call you, les incompetents. Bonus points if you get that reference. As white women, you have a direct connect to white men, which means that you have been and you still are in the very rooms where conversations are had, plans are hatched, and decisions are made, and yet you do nothing.
hello people, how are you doing? I'm doing super great wherever you are. As you know, this is a presenter G-Tech Stories, and I'm hoping you're having a great day or evening wherever you are. Now, there's something that it is important that we need to talk about. Often overlooked is the place of white women in hampering racism in the contemporary society, especially in the United States, amongst the questions that we need to talk about. Now, there's this black lady who talks about how white women have racism, and I think it's important for you to note that this video doesn't promote hate or something. I think it's just a perspective, and from her personality, she is so stern, and I think it's important because for you to get a message to people, one way of making them understand, especially white folks, is to be stern. Now, the video is entirely for educational purposes because I believe everything she says are facts and should be considered, and those are her opinion. And I agree with her, and I support everything that she says. In as much as she sounds stern. Now, we need to look at the role of white women in hampering racism. Sometimes when a white woman comes out and says that they really resonate with black women, it leaves question because you did the opposite of what you said you can do if you really mean that. And majority of things, benefits that people go through, affirmative action that black women and have fought for, the benefit people benefit from all these are white women, so they play a significant role in making this happen. Now, when we talk about slavery, while traditional slavery was abolished, its legacy continues in different forms, often upheld by systems that benefit white women indirectly. From economic exploitation to cultural appropriation, white women, whether consciously or unconsciously, participate in systems that mirror aspects of historical slavery. Many white women today hold positions of power in corporate America, politics, and education, yet often remain silent or complicit in labor exploitation, racial inequality, and policies that disproportionately harm black people. I want us to watch this video. It is by this black woman. She is called, it's important for me to note how she's called because she shares an important message. Her TikTok name is called Beach Happens. You can go and check that out. I don't know why she decided to call herself that way, but I think it speaks a lot because she is a no-nonsense lady. Now let us watch this video. I'll be back and we'll have a discussion about it.
Slavery has been abolished and Jim Crow is no longer in play. The psyche of white supremacy, white privilege, and entitlement still remains. And to this day, white women, regardless of political affiliation, and albeit consciously or subconsciously, still think of black women as being your indentured servants, that we must be in service to you at all times, and your access to us must always be unfettered. And this election and your reaction to black women as a result of it was a prime example. When black women collectively said, "We are tired, we are done," and to just simply leave us alone, instead of listening to black women, respecting us, and the boundary we set forth, you took our immediate divestment and disengagement from you as downright disrespect. How dare black women withdraw their labor, support, and protection of us? How dare black women deny us access to them? White women are the creators of exclusion, and yet you hate exclusivity the moment it's directed towards you. The moment black women disengage from your content, you came to the real-time realization that the majority of your platforms were built off the backs of black women, just like everything else you have. And because the 15th was right around the corner, you turned that panic into pandering, hence the blue bracelets. When black women immediately clocked your performative bullshit and told you collectively to fuck off, the mask, as always, immediately dropped. Whenever white women extend kindness to us, even in the smallest of ways, there's an immediate and silent demand for gratitude. And when not received, you feel immediately slighted. You go from zero to Miss Millie real fucking quick. You went from pandering for our engagement to condescendingly demanding that we acknowledge your individual vote for Kamala Harris rather than your collective vote to uphold white supremacy and protect your white privilege. Now you're so desperate for our engagement that you've resorted to rage baiting, which has also fallen on deaf ears. White women are all about perception, because in your mind, if you look the part, you are the part without having to actually do the work. And because you're all about perception, your greatest fear is exposure, which is why you view black women as your greatest threat, because we know exactly who you are at your core and everything evil that you're capable of. Because for centuries, we've...
Now, I want to stop it for a quick minute, but did you just hear us say projection? They're projecting greatness. Fuck them.
witnessed and experienced it firsthand. The majority of you have no interest in being an ally to black women. You just need to be perceived as one, because it allows you to feel morally superior while simultaneously disguising your deeply rooted insecurities and your jealousy of black women. For the first time ever, you are being judged, and rightfully so, based solely on the color of your skin and not the content of your character, which has always been questionable at best. It's all fun and MLK quotes until you're on the receiving end of one. As far as the trickle-down patriarchy is concerned, your only perk is your white privilege. And you are so desperate to hang on to it that you stay silent. And instead, you choose to ride the coattails of the very white men that's taking away your fucking rights and are actively working to take away your freedom. And yet and still, you manage to possess the fucking caucasity to walk around like you Mary fucking Magdalene. Meanwhile, you just gave white men the keys to the very kingdom that they've been building this whole time in front of your face. White women are not rooted in reality nor realness. You're rooted in perception, which aptly explains why you're so selfish, self-centered, and self-serving. And it is because you are rooted in perception that you don't like confrontation and you don't like being called out. Because upon doing so, the fallacy that you've created for yourself is immediately destroyed. And so your immediate knee-jerk reaction is to pull out the white women tears or the unity card. Or sometimes it's a combination of both. You seem to be under this impression that this is a time for black women and white women to stand together as one and unite. So my question to you is, as it pertains to said unity, which black women would you like to unite with? Is it the black women such as myself that you're so quick to call loud, aggressive, and ghetto whenever we assert ourselves with you? Or we say or do something that you don't like or understand, even though it wasn't meant for you in the first fucking place? Is it the black women that you call welfare queens, knowing full well that the largest recipients of government assistance are white? Is it the black women that you report to HR because we don't say good morning to you? Or smile on command to appease you? Or tell you what we do on our weekends off? Because that's our personal fucking business and you're not entitled to that information? Is it the black women that work in retail and customer service that you not only berate, but falsely report to management and corporate because you don't get the refund, discount, or level of service you demanded, oftentimes resulting in us losing our livelihoods? Is it the black women, the overqualified black women in corporate America that you consistently lie on, sabotage, and steal promotions from? Because you know your mediocrity would not get you the position otherwise? Is it the same black women that you treat condescendingly the moment you don't get the immediate praise and gratitude you seem to think you're entitled to? Is it the black women whose style and aesthetic you carbon copy only to repackage and rebrand it as something you invented? Is it the black women whose content and creativity you still verbatim and profit millions of dollars off of it? All the while refusing to both credit and compensate the very black women you stole from. Are those the black women that you would like to unite and stand as one with you? The 47% of white women that voted for Kamala Harris, bring your ass because you're on the fucking docket today. And because I already know how you bitches operate, let's get some church announcements out the way. 1, when faced with uncomfortable truths, a true ally will accept the information rather than react to it. 2, if it don't apply, let it the fuck fly. In other words, don't bring your sensitive Susie asses in my fucking comments telling me how your best friend is black and giving me a laundry list of things you've done to help the black community. This is me preemptively telling you I don't give a fuck. 3rd, as far as my content is concerned, the feelings of white people, particularly white women, would never be centered nor considered. So if you're white and you follow me and what I'm about to say offends you, there's no need to announce your disappointment nor your departure. You can simply get the fuck out. Now let's get down to business. 47% are particularly the ones that go above and beyond to tell black people, but black women in particular, that you're a part of the 47%. It's not that you do it because of your love, support, and solidarity of black women. It's about your image. Because you need to be on record as being part of the 47%, so you're not perceived to be a part of the 53% because it's MAC. Because for whatever reason, you seem to think that you're better white women than they are. And newsflash, you fucking aren't. Now, while you may not subscribe to and or believe in their racist beliefs and ideologies, as white women on a daily basis, you still benefit and profit from said racist beliefs and ideologies, none the fucking less. Another thing is that it's not lost on me, and it's definitely not lost on white women. No generation of white people, especially white women, have ended white supremacy. Now, the only thing to do to end white supremacy in this country is to dismantle it and relinquish your white privilege. 2 things that are a bridge too far for you bitches, especially the last, which is why you'll change the name of a school, you'll change the name of a sports team, you'll take down statues, you'll volunteer in the very neighborhoods that you're gentrifying and pushing my people out of just to assuage your fucking white guilt. You will do everything but give up that white privilege. White people are inherently mediocre. You motherfuckers have to work not to be. And that's a topic for another time, but trust and believe I will be circling the fuck back. And it is because of your white mediocrity, which is why you require so much of black women that you'll never require of yourself because you bitches can't deliver. White women are the only people on the face of this fucking earth that will betray you and then demand that you make them feel better about doing it. You don't have to tell me I'm wrong because I already know I'm fucking right. Because you do it all the time. And it's because of your white mediocrity that you don't mind being supported by black women. You want to be supported and defended by black women, but you don't want to be led by black women. Because in order for you to be led by black women, You have to, one, acknowledge your shortcomings, and two, forego being the center of fucking attention. And considering the fact that you bitches are born with main character syndrome, that's a fucking habit you hoes can't fucking kick. But what really bothers me is you white bitches that are all about, where's Kamala? I mean, we need her. She should be working. So you want a black woman to do a job that you didn't elect her for. Because see, what you want is you want your individual vote counted, but you don't want the collective one to be counted. And it's the collective vote that makes the fucking decision. And as a collective, you once again voted for your whiteness. Because one thing about you white women, you talk the fucking talk. But when it's time to walk the walk, you walk your ass right on over there to white zones. And this election is no different. And you don't want your ashy and crusty ass heels to be held to the fucking fire about that shit. You want to act like it didn't exist, like it didn't fucking happen. And what pisses me off is that when Hillary Clinton lost, you bitches put on a pink pussy hat, you did your little fucking march, you went to Starbucks and you called it a fucking day. You let that white lady lose in peace. You let her go take a fucking break, go out on the lecture circuit, make her motherfucking money, and go mind her fucking business. But the black woman, you want her to do the job you didn't fucking hire her to do. You should have thought about that shit when you was voting for the trickle-down patriarchy. Because you bitches gonna learn that the patriarchy was designed by white men for the sole benefit of white men. They view you as still being their property, just like you still view black women as being fucking yours, and we're not. Kamala Harris don't owe you shit. Black women don't owe you shit. But you bitches owe us everything. And when I say everything, I'm talking everything. Because not only have we protected you, but we fucking raised you. And in some cases, your entire fucking lineage. You were sucking on our fucking ancestors' tit because your fucking mothers couldn't be bothered enough to do it themselves. They went from wanting to be on the fucking porch drinking iced tea to just being drunk and popping pills because they fucking hate their lives. Black women raised you. Black women saved you. But that shit is done. You bitches been running an open tab since 1619, and you long bad bitches, it's time to settle the fuck up. Kamala Harris owes you nothing. You should have thought about what you needed when you was in that fucking voting booth. You made your fucking choice as a collective, and it was to uphold white supremacy and keep your fucking white privilege. Fucking own up to it. And just as a reminder, this is my platform. I say what the fuck I mean, and I mean what the fuck I say. Case closed and court fucking adjourned. You should remember that before you step your ass into my fucking comment section. Have the fucking day you deserve. White women, aka the 47%, bring that ass on back because you're still on the fucking docket. We going for round 3 today. Now to you saltine Sallies that got all in your fucking fifis about what I said, just so you know, 95% of your comments went directly to the filter section. So not only will I not read them, nobody else will either. So your long drawn out, I want to speak to the manager ass dissertations were all for naught. Now, when you were watching my video, that feeling that you had, that was your internalized racism coming to the surface. And that's the reason why you couldn't receive my message, was because you couldn't get past my delivery. Because you can't fucking fathom the fact that I, a black woman in 25, would talk to white women that way. Not only did I talk to you bitches that way, but I did it live and in living fucking color, just like I'm doing it right now. I simultaneously put you bitches on both notice and display in front of the entire fucking world, and you pissed about it, as I knew you would be. Because not only are you motherfuckers mediocre, you're fucking predictable, as always. Now, just so you get a better understanding of what type of time I'm on November 6th, I didn't have to put my cape in the closet because I never owned one to begin with. I came out the womb pissing white women off. I'm not fucking new to this. I'm true to it. And until the day I fucking rest, I would drink white women tears like tequila shots in this spring break in Mexico, bitch. I'm talking unlimited and all fucking inclusive. For all the liberalism and feminism you like to brag about being a part of, you still carry the mentality that black women must always stay in their proverbial place. And that's to always be in and of service to you. And while you may be Miss Millie, bitch, I'm not Sophia. The conversations about race and oppression, specifically conversations that are being led by black people, I need you to resist the fucking envelopian urge to go to your default position, which is passive aggressive gaslighting. And I'll give you an example. This is so hateful. You're being so racist. I don't have to justify my vote. I'm a white woman. I don't see color. I voted for Kamala Harris. I'm a white woman, and I'm entitled to sit on my non-existent ass and not do anything at all. And I will not be generalized nor chastised because of it. This is exactly why we can't get things done in this country. We can't move on. This is not the time for divisiveness. This is the time for unity. With all due disrespect, fuck you and the dick you shot out of. You bitches always want to be unified after the fucking fact. The day of unity was November 5th, 2024. Black women showed up and showed out as we always do. And white women, you oversold and underdelivered as you always do. That white mediocrity is a motherfucker. You bitches ain't never beaten them allegations. We did what needed to be done. The only person qualified to talk to me about unity is fucking Queen Latifah. The only time you seek support from black women is when you don't get your way with white men. And so those that are actually interested in doing the work, I need you to understand that no matter how genuine your questions may be, the onus of explaining racism and oppression is never on the oppressed. We didn't create the system, and it's not our place to dismantle it. It's yours. Now, if you're really about that life, and you really want to make some changes, I need to start seeing more white on white crime on my timeline. If a musty MAGA bitch say some racist out of pocket shit, Bobby Boucher that bitch immediately. Post motherfucking haste. If you're chilling at a bar and a big duck dynasty looking motherfucker says the N-word, whether it be the A or the hard ER, you better Rocky Balboa that motherfucker like he fought that Russian. It's time to make ass whooping great again. In the words of the late great Nate Dogg, it's really quite easy to get fucked up. All you gotta do is step on up. Start knocking your fellow whites the fuck out. White women are the creators of exclusivity. And by extension,
Woo! You talking about an earful. Brother Muhammad, everybody, if you here, I asked you on your show, have white folks ever done anything to deserve to be respected? We came to the conclusion, hell fucking no. This sister is right. We must, at every opportunity, disrespect these motherfuckers because they have not done anything to deserve respect. Let me continue.
division for centuries up until
Place this incredible DIY device in your home to generate cost-free, unlimited fresh water supply, and finally break free.
Oh, hold on. What the hell? Oh shit. Hold on. Oh man, what the hell did I do? I clicked on a stupid water thing. Hold on. Okay, where are you at? Well, you know what? I don't even know which one it is. Hold on. That one, not that one. Oh boy. Well, it happens. I'm sorry. Hold on. All right. Well, I made the mistake of touching that. I'm sorry, but you can always go back and look at that video. So I'm gonna go forward and blow my nose. I'm coming down with a cold, boy, I tell you. Oh, but hold on. Let me. Oh, here we go. So let
to
me finish.
present day. White women continue to orchestrate the plot and then immediately pretend to not understand the plight. You are not the victims you're desperate to be. You're the perpetrators. This case is not closed, but court is adjourned. Have the fucking day you deserve.
Hello guys, welcome back to the channel. Now, I'm having something.
He's gonna do his little commentary. We don't need to listen to that. But if you can go back and look for the video, black woman dropped a bone-chilling truth. I'm going to put it into the comment. Hold on. And let me go and do that. Okay, so we're done with that video. This is the water thing that we're trying to find some information on. So what we're going to do, guys, we're going to go straight into whether or not the slave trade happened the way it happened. So when I tell you this brother by the name of Benaiah Israel is really good in explaining, and this is not the only evidence that I got. There are plenty of other ones, but he does a great job in filtering down all of the information as to what happened. We're going to take this into a 30-minute, chop it up in two pieces. And hold on. Let's see. Okay, I'm just reviewing these. Make sure that I am staying on point. And let's see. Then I know where to go. So what's going to happen? You know, when you don't really know your history, you act all kind of funny ways, right? So I want to make sure this is okay. So I'm going to do the other one first. This is only 12 minutes, and then we're going to go right into the transatlantic slave trade video. But this woman who is black, this is what happened when you don't know your history. And I'll play that, and I'll be right back.
We just hit that big 2004 check. Shut up. Seriously, 2004 ain't gonna get you nothing. Like, what do you want me to do? Congratulate you, give you a cookie? Who hit that in 1 week? Once you hit 10K, yeah, let me know. Then we could talk about something. Then you can scream and do whatever you want to do. But 2,000 followers ain't nothing. That's why mommy keep coming here and yelling at you. Because you always doing the same thing. Screaming for what? Yeah, okay.
I just had to pick up these Ray-Ban glasses because I'm going to need my hands because I'm going to be taking delivery of my brand new track hole. It's on the way, so I'll just pick these up and then I'm going to give y'all some footage through the lens of Brandon. What is that? Man. Yeah. Oh, that's good. I appreciate that, sir.
If you stop driving at night because of vision problems, try this simple ice hack with water.
Now, for the life of me, I don't know why they muted it. They say for YouTube, but it's a minute and 33 seconds. We'll see you move it up.
And I got the glasses.
Thank you. Like when you got cited for driving an unregistered Dodge Charger, you were in California. So when we run you out of California, you have an index number out of California.
And it was both brand new. They was both brand new.
Right? You see how that looks on our end?
They was both brand new though.
Rolling around in brand new Dodges, which are commonly stolen.
But these aren't stolen though. They're not registered as stolen. And I'm obviously somebody who doesn't need to steal cars.
I don't know that. I don't know. I don't watch football.
You don't have to watch football. It's just they're not. Nothing says that they're stolen. Nothing says that I'm stealing cars.
I didn't say you are. I'm saying that's what it looks like, right? So give us a couple minutes. We gotta look a bunch of stuff up. Okay.
Brand new track hawk, bro. I got the track hawk at 53 miles. I got pulled over at 55 miles, bro. I can't make this up, man. I'm waiting. Ooh. I'm waiting all day to get this off the truck. I just literally got this off the truck. And I'm doing my wraparound. I just got the car off the truck, so you know what I'm finna do. You know I'm about to spin. I'm about to hear the engine. I just brand new whip, bro. You know how this goes. And bro said, you know what? Yeah, we're gonna have to pull you over. Here you come.
I'm not gonna get you out of the car, but I want you to pop that door open.
You want me to pop the hood too?
No, you're good.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
You want to see what's under the hood? You want to see what's under the hood? No, you don't know what's under the hood. Hey, let me go. Hey, let me hit it real quick. You trying to hear it? We out of here. We out of here. I said, you trying to hear it? He said, hell yeah, go for it.
All right. What up, YouTube? You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? What up, cuz? What up, blood? What up, Chris? What up, all that gas shit? Hold on, drink my 40 right quick. Y'all motherfuckers talking about I can't get it with nothing. Like, I'm trying to be white. Like, that little white don't suit me. So, you know what I'm saying? I'm gonna show y'all. I can get ghetto, y'all. You know what I'm saying? I even got my tattoo. Look at that 3 tears, cause 3 homies and died, you dig? You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying?
Off my property.
Oh, I'm so
I gotta go get my kids.
I don't give a shit about your
I give a fuck about you.
I'm going to cut it here because you pretty much know what's going on. There's one community that I have seen black folk not knowing their history and they just kind of kowtowing, acting, samboish, cooning, and all that with white folks. And they love that. They love that. But when you get a brother like me, a brother like Willie, a brother like Don, brother Don, or Marie, or Sister Cassie, or Ma, we ain't taking that shit. And they propagate that shit on TV because it feeds right into what they are. They are full of shit. So you can take a look at it, and we're going to go right into the video of the transatlantic slave trade right now. And just go to it's always the same type that has something negative to say. So you need to when you know your history, you're not gonna be cooning and shit, sliding from foot to foot and side to side. You're just not gonna do that. Hold on, so I'm gonna get out of here and we'll go right into the video. I think y'all waited alone almost 2 hours. And I'm not sleepy. Alright, so here we go. We're gonna break it up into 2 parts, 30 and 30. Oh, and by the way, Brother Maurice, you got it. If you're here, I am going to prove to you that Queen Isabella and King Ferdinand were black. All right, hold on. And please subscribe to Brother Benaiah Israel channel on YouTube. He is now exclusively, if I'm not wrong, on HebrewConnect.tv. So that's not just for him, but for anyone who wants free speech that is not overturned or filtered out. Please go and check out HebrewConnect.tv.
Señorita, come on. Señor, come on. Vámonos a la deriva, deriva, chileo. You see, in Spain, before the year 1555, there lived a people called Negroes. And guess what? They weren't African. It's a people the Apostle Paul spoke of in the book of Romans, chapter 15, verse 24 and 15:20. A people of the seed of Galilee. Let the Bible say what this wicked world decrees of people trodden down, who they always want to keep beneath. But the time has come for all those in the world to see the chains being broken. Spirit, mind, soul set free. A Negro, a Negro. I said, come on, what's that to my Negroes? Praise the Most High, cause we's about to go. Once they found out more about these Negroes, said a Negro, a Negro. I said, come on, what's that to my Negroes? Praise the Most High, cause we's about to go. Once they found out more about these Negroes. In 1492, Ferdinand and Isabella issued an edict to expel the Jews. They were banished from Portugal and Spain, and for the faith they were treated inhumane. This kicked off the Atlantic slave trade. Our history they try to erase. This fulfilled Deuteronomy 28. Every single curse is black Hebrews living every day. Are in Hebrews and every nation.
This is part two. This is part one, uncovering the truth about King David, hidden Hebrew. You can always check that out first, but I chose this one on purpose.
They always want to keep it neat, but the time has come for all those in the world to see the chains being broken. Spirit, mind, soul set free. A Negro, a Negro. I said, come on, what's that to my Negro? Praise the Most High, cause we's about to go. Once they found out more about these Negroes, said a Negro, a Negro. I said, come on, what's that to my Negroes? Hebrew nation, the time has come. The time has come for the world to learn about the true history of the so-called Negro. The history of the Negro has been taught in schools and places of higher learning for centuries. It's a history which includes Africa, slavery, and places to which many of us have been scattered around the world. However, there's a reason why many schools and professors, historians, and researchers have an incomplete understanding of the true history of the Negro.
Now, let me say this. We've gone back and forth on Brother Maurici's show. I was 400 years old. No, man. America is only 250 years old now, and slavery only lasted about 90 years. But it comes to even to this day, March 29, 2025, that our enslavement and our oppression has yet to cease. 530 plus years. If you count from 1500, it really started in 1492, but let's make it a lot easier to calculate. From 1500 to now, we're talking about 530 plus years. Not only on the west coast of Africa, not only in Portugal and Spain, but throughout the world, to the four corners of the earth is where we were sent. And wherever we were tormented or suffered, all of those countries need to pay us, and they're going to pay us. Let me continue.
And quite simply, it's because they don't include the laws or decrees issued by the kings
Pay attention.
who authorized and governed slavery. Many institutions fail to read a single decree.
Yeah, they don't read. We don't read.
And Spain. Which is why this YouTube video, of all things, is more accurate, more factual than the pseudo-history taught in institutions of higher learning.
And that's the reason why.
In this video, we will do something for the first time in modern history in regards to the history of the Negro. We will read the laws and decrees of the kings and queens to see who they said they enslaved and to see what they said to do with it. To begin our journey, we'll go back in time to Portugal and Spain to the year 1055 AD. So in roughly 1055 AD, there was a Jew born by the name of Yahya. Now, Yahya flourished in the 11th century in Portugal. An important note about Yahya is that Yahya was a descendant of the house of King Dawid. He was a son of King Solomon himself. We can find references regarding Yahya's history in the Jewish Encyclopedia and other historical documents. The following reference shows each of Yahya's forefathers all the way back to King Dawid.
Pay the fuck attention to the references.
Like Dawid, Yahya was a beast on the battlefield. The Bible says in 1 Samuel chapter 18, verse 7, and it reads, "And the women answered one another and played and said, Saul has slain his thousands, and Dawid his 10,000s. So in the 11th century, Yahya teamed up with King Alfonso of Portugal against the Moors. And after defeating the Moors, the king of Portugal honored Yahya by giving him a territory called Aldeias dos Negros, or Village of the Negroes. And most importantly, he changed his name to Negro.
He changed his name.
And the following reference reads, Yahya flourished in Lisbon in the 11th century, died about 1150 AD. He was held in high esteem among the Jews, and King Alfonso I honored him for his courage. After the
Alfonso was black.
Conquest of Centarum, the king presented him with 2 country houses that had belonged to the Moors, wherefore he assumed the name Negro. And the next reference reads, Yahya bin Rabbi was presented by Alfonso with a Moorish village and became known as Lord Aldea dos Negros, or Lord of the Village of the Negroes, or Dam Yahya of Negro. His son Yahya bin Yaish was born in Cordoba in 1110 or 1115. He also served Alfonso and was designated by the king as the first chief rabbi of Portugal, with his headquarters in Lisbon. And so the Yayas became known as the Negroes. And they lived in a place called the village of the Negroes. Now, keep in mind, these Negroes worked directly for the king of Portugal and Spain. In fact, they were placed as rulers over their brothers and sisters of Judah. They became the chief rabbis, royal tax collectors, and governors. It was because of their position and their deeds that the Yaya Negroes became famous throughout all of Spain, Portugal, Turkey, and Italy. They were prominent and renowned. As the following reference reads, it reads, Dam Yaya Yaish, ancestor of the widely branching Yaya family, also tolerant, likewise Sancho's son, Alfonso II, who employed the Jews as farmers of taxes and as tax collectors. And the next reference reads, and it reads, he thereupon entered the service of Henry of Castile, who made him the head of the Jewish communities of his realm. Over the years, the king of Spain and Portugal fought each other over control of these famous Negroes. As the following reference reads, it reads, after the death of the king, Leonor deposed Dom Judah and the Jewish collector of customs at Lisbon on the representations of the city deputies. But when she wished to have her daughter Beatrice and the latter's husband, John I of Castile, recognized as regents of the country, the people rebelled, killed Leonor's favorites, and proclaimed John vice-regent of the kingdom. Leonor fled, accompanied by her confidants, the above-mentioned Dom Judah and the wealthy Dom Dawid Negro Yaya. Disputes between her and John I of Castile, who waged war against Portugal, ended in an open breach on the occasion of the nomination to the head rabbinate of Castile. Leonor demanded the place for her favorite, Dom Judah, but the king, at the desire of his wife, appointed Dom Dawid Negro Yaya. Embittered by this, Leonor plotted against the life of her son-in-law, but her plan was frustrated by Dom Dawid Negro, and Leonor was banished to a convent in Tordesillas, and the life of Dom Judah was spared on the plea of Dom Dawid Negro. Now, notice how the word Negro and Yaya are used interchangeably. Yaya was synonymous with Negro. As the following reference reads, it reads, Dawid and Judah, Negro. Or the next reference reads, Solomon Ibn Yahya, Negro. It's fair to say everyone knew of the Negroes. In fact, if you were to board a time machine and go back to Spain and Portugal in the 1300s and 1400s and ask to see the Negroes, more than likely they would point you to a people with the last name of Negro who lived in the village of the Negroes and who looked like the modern day Negroes of today. And now, let's finally TKO the description of Spanish and Portuguese verbs. Right, left, do your right, left, uppercut. Right, left, do your right, left, uppercut. According to the old references, Spanish and Portuguese Jews were described as black, swarthy, and brown. Right, left, uppercut. They're even described as being as black as the Bicaris of Africa, who look like the modern day Negroes today. Right, left, uppercut. Right, left, do your right, left, uppercut. Right, left, right, left, do your right, left, uppercut, uppercut, right, left, do your right, left, uppercut.
The shape of the ancient skulls of the children of Judah in Lachish are doli kosathalic, which is the shape of the modern-day Negro skull. And next, ancient monuments of the children of Yehuda shows that Yehuda has woolly royal Negro hair. And then DNA analysis shows that Negroes have a single forefather, such as Yaakov, unlike the Ashkenazi Jews of today. In fact, Ashkenaz is listed in the Bible as a descendant of Japheth, not Shem. Do you believe your Bible or man?
And these Ashkenazi Jews, they're not of the descendant of Ashkenaz. They are the descendant of nothing. So that's a lie too.
And then finally, the term Semitic refers to a descendant of Shem or a descendant of someone who speaks an Afro-Asiatic language. Family. What does it mean when the word Afro is placed in front of a word? It means that they're Negro. Let's not be extra, family. Family, this matches
right, left, do your right, left, uppercut, right, left, do your right, left, uppercut.
And now, let's review what we've learned so far. We learned that there were Jews called Negroes living in Spain and Portugal in the 1100s AD, and that these Negroes were the sons of King David, and that they were a group within the Spanish and Portuguese Jews, and that these royal Negro sons of King David were famous, spreading throughout Spain and Portugal, and eventually into Africa. Persecuted, murdered, and enslaved, and driven to the four corners of the earth. The identity of these sons of King David was hidden from the world. That is, until now.
Pay attention. Laws of the king, unwell ordinances for laws, orders. Bancados, moriscos, degradados, the children of Israel, I'm about to say Israel, the children of Judah.
From Yahya to Negro to the village of the Negroes, to the chief rabbis, to governors of Spain and Portuguese brews, to the Great Expulsion in 1492. After Spain conquered the city of Granada, the king and queen of Spain told all the Jews to convert to Christianity, get out, or die. Many of these brews fled directly into Africa. In fact, the exodus of hundreds of thousands of brews from Spain had created such a stir in Europe that the harbors of Spain were crowded with ships ready to carry them to Africa and other destinations. As the following reference reads, and it reads, "The The Spanish Jews had made such widespread repute, and their expulsion had made so much stir in Europe, that crowds of ships were ready in Spanish seaports to take up the wanderers and convey them to all parts, not only the ships of the country, but also Italian vessels from Genoa and Venice. And the next reference reads, the northern coast of Africa and the inhabitable regions inland were full of Jews of Spanish descent. It's important to know that this mass exodus of the house of Judah from Spain involved 400 to 800,000 black brews. In other words, the number of black brews leaving Spain less than 10 years before the start of the transatlantic slave trade
less than 10
was
years.
enough to fill this college football stadium 8 times over.
8 times. This is before the slave trade at Transatlantic.
You can see why this was an exodus of biblical proportions, followed by a slavery of biblical proportions. These black brews would go on to play a pivotal role in history. In the Bible, they were spoken of by Jeremiah the prophet and the Apostle Paul or Shaul. That's right. Even the Apostle Paul visited these black sons of King David in Spain. Let's look at it this way. The Apostle Paul visited the very location of the transatlantic slave trade. Romans chapter 15, verse 24 reads, whensoever I make my journey into Spain, I will come to you, for I trust to see you in my journey, and to be brought on my way thither by you, if first I be somewhat filled with your company. Verse 28, when therefore I have performed this, and have sealed to them this fruit, I will come by you into Spain. Another important note is that the exodus of the Negroes from Spain wasn't a single event. Instead, it was a sustained event over many, many years. Indeed, the sons of David had endured persecution after persecution by the hands of the Christians.
Not the
Until
white
finally, many fled
Christians who
Spain
were
and
black.
Portugal for Africa. For the sons of King David, this was their Christian nightmare. And so, some Negroes fled from Spain and went directly into North Africa. And from there, they moved deeper into the interior, past the Sahara Desert, and settled in a place called Negroland, also called Soyudan, also called Lamland. And the sons of King Dawid had returned to the continent they left long, long ago. And indeed, the sons of King Dawid had returned. Now, let's review the different names of the sons of King
Pay
Dawid.
attention.
And for this, we will review a reference which shows the progression of King Dawid's son's name over the years. For example, we know that the Portuguese and Spanish Jews were once called Black Portuguese or Negro Portuguese. These were the children of the Jews who had fled into Portugal. And in particular, these were the Jews who fled from Spain in 1492 by way of the expulsion edict of King Ferdinand and Queen Isabel. And then last but not least, we see these black Portuguese Jews descended from Negroes. It goes from black Portuguese to Jews to Spanish Jews to Negroes. Who were the Negroes in 1492? Who were the Negroes called Black Portuguese? Who were the Negroes called Jews and were later expelled to Africa? Answer: these were the descendants of Yahya, the sons and daughters of King Dawid. Let's take a closer look at the home of the Negroes in Africa called Negroland.
Pay attention.
The question is, where did the Negroes of Negroland come from? Let's see if we can find the answer. As the following reference reads, it reads, the Negroes proceed from the Soyudan or Negroland and are the objects of a lucrative trade. They are a degree higher as a caste here than in America. The imperial family or the royal family is mulatto, and the Moros de Rey are mostly black. At Tatum, Tangier, and other cities of the North Coast, there are still many Moorish families who speak Spanish,
Like me.
and are descendants of those who were expelled after the capture of Granada to Spain. Now notice, these Negroes were expelled from Granada in 1492. The question would be, who lived in Granada in 1492? As the following reference reads, it reads, King Alfonso, whence we may learn, if we can believe it, that a king of Spain had assisted Nebuchadnezzar in reducing Jerusalem, brought an enormous population into Spain, all from either the family of Dawid or at least from the tribe of Judah, and that the royal family resided first in Seville, then in Granada. We see the sons of King Dawid, lived in Grenada. The Negroes living in Negroland came from Grenada, and the Negroes living in Negroland were said to be Jews. As the following reference reads, the natives of Lamb, which is another name for Negroland, are Jews. And the reference goes on to refer to these Jews as Negroes. Now let's go on to see what happened to these Negroes or these Jews living in Lamb or Negroland. And it reads, the people of Sala or Bersia and the Tukur make predatory incursions into the land of Lamb and carry away its inhabitants captive to their own country, where they are purchased by the merchants who travel there, who transfer them to other countries. So we see the Negroes who were expelled from Grenada in 1492 fled south into Negroland, or Lamb, and they were sold into slavery. The Spanish and Portuguese Jews were transported to Africa primarily in one of four ways. Method one, they fled directly from Spain into Africa. Method two, they fled from Spain to Portugal, then into Africa. Method three, they were sent by the Portuguese to work as lancados. Method four, they were sent by the Portuguese and Spanish governments to work as degradados, or convicts. The Brus that fled into Africa using methods 1 and 2 were free to observe their own religious practices. This, of course, did not sit well with the Portuguese government, who complained that, and I quote, if they should go over to Africa, as it is probable they would if driven from Portugal, all hopes of their conversion would be lost.
Conversion
You see,
to
the
Christianity.
Portuguese who were accustomed to working with the Yaya Negroes and who were accustomed to the money made off of the Brus,
The money,
didn't want to
economic
let all that black
reason.
money go. And the following reference reads, and it reads, during the first 10 years, so many had quitted their native land that Emmanuel, perceiving the injury his kingdom suffered by the immigration of the most wealthy and most industrious of his population, ordered in 1507 the seizure of the persons and the confiscation of the property of all who should be found preparing to quit or leave the country. Yet, so many ventured at all hazards to abandon the Portuguese soil that in 1524 King John III found it requisite or required to renew the edict, and the immigration must have continued, for Dom Sebastian repeated it in 1567 and again in 1573. The Portuguese wanted desperately to retain and convert their Negroes. However, those that had escaped into Africa were beyond their grasp. Or so it seemed. This is where the Brus sent into Africa by method 3, the Lancados, becomes part of one of the most wicked, the most evil of plans of all time. Portugal would take the children of the sons of King David by violence, some no older than a newborn baby. They would give these children over to wicked, to evil bishops and godparents, to rear them in the tenets of Christianity and the ways of the empire. And these children would be raised to be the right hand of the Portuguese Empire in Africa. Think about it. What happens to a child who is raised by your enemies to do the deeds of the enemy? And the following reference reads, and it reads, the Castilian Jews who from poverty or any other cause had not departed at the limited time, the king ordered should be taken for slaves, according to the terms of their entrance, and distributed the... Now, this is the reference, the history of the Jews of Spain and Portugal from the earliest, this is too small, earliest Undu Elias Hayam, 1865. So, and then within that book, you got to keep going. You just don't read no one motherfucking book. You got to look at all the references that it is talking about. Him to whomever asked for them. His inhumanity did not cease here. He tore young children from them and had them baptized. Being at the time desirous of peopling his newly discovered acquisition on the coast of Africa, the island of St. Thomas, he sent them to it with the new governor, Alvera de Comina, so that being separated from their parents and marrying people in the island, they might become good Christians. Now, the Lancados are arguably the most dangerous to their fellow Brews in Africa, and it's because they were raised by their enemies. You can see this in this reference. They were despised by the Negroes of whom they are descendant. It was son against father, king against king, all by the crafty hand of the Portuguese. This is why they say Africans sold other Africans. Well, knowing full well they kidnapped the children and taught them to do their bidding. And unfortunately, the story goes from bad to worse. Over time, the Lancados and Degradados, the convicts sent by the Inquisition, who were sent to Africa to work on the royal farms. Eventually, these groups escaped into the African population. Into the African population. Jobson described these Lancados under the name of Portugalese. I must break of a while from them, and acquaint you first of another sort of people we find dwelling, or rather lurking, among these Mandingos, only some certain way up the river. And these are, as they call themselves, Portugalese, and some few of them seem the same. Others of them are mulattoes, between black and white, but for the most part as black, as the natural inhabitants. They are scattered, some 2 or 3 dwellers in a place, and are all married, or rather keep with them the country black women, of whom they beget children. Howbeit they have amongst them neither church nor friar, nor any other religious order. It doth manifestly appear that they are such as have been banished or fled away from forth either of Portugal, or the isles belonging unto that government. They doth generally employ themselves in buying such commodities the country affords. References show these Lancados who were sent to Africa, marrying the Negroes who fled to Africa, specifically Negroland. As the following reference reads, and it reads, in Negritia or Negroland, the Portuguese intermarried widely with the indigenous people, and this was not discouraged by the authorities, but on the Gold Coast, they remained in their forts and trading posts on the whole part and separate from the natives. In Negritia or Negroland, the Portuguese entered into friendly relations with Negro princes upon terms of equality. But on the Gold Coast, the rule was for them to terrify the tribes into submission. And so, by taking African wives, the Negroes and the black Portuguese brews multiplied exceedingly in Africa. As the following reference reads, and it reads, many of the Portuguese men who colonized the Cape Verdean Islands migrated to nearby West Africa, where there were women, gold, ivory, food, and freedom from European kings and the Catholic Church. Most European immigrants lived in animist kingdoms along navigable rivers in the coastal rainforest, rather than in Muslim kingdoms. However, European men traded with Islamic merchants. Skipping ahead. The absence of Portuguese women in the tropics resulted in Portuguese men having intimate relationships with African girls and women and fathering thousands of mulatto children in the polygamous African culture. And the next reference reads, furthermore, there was confusion among Europeans in Africa because Portuguese law did not state the exact amount of time Cape Verde colonists could remain in West Africa before becoming illegal lancados. Although there is evidence that large numbers of Portuguese men and mulattoes lived in West Africa, the surviving data is insufficient to hazard a guess about their population. And so the sons of King Dawid multiplied and began to spread throughout West Africa. Before the first transatlantic slaves were sent from the west coast of Africa, the sons of King Dawid were well established. That is, until a series of historical events occurred that would change the world as we know it forever.
Oh, so I forgot to stop it at 30 minutes. But listen, it is so crucial to listen and to read and to note. Hold on. The evidences that are mentioned in this video and others that will be mentioned as well. So please pay attention and let's continue.
First, King Manuel changed the trade policy for West Africa. Instead of using lancados to conduct the trade, he switched to something else. And as a result, he no longer needed the lancados. In fact, it meant that they were in the way. As the following reference reads, and it reads, things changed under King Manuel I. At the beginning of his reign, King Manuel did not lease trading rights with Gambia to Portuguese merchants or lancados, as he did with the rivers of Guinea and Sierra Leone. And so once King Emmanuel changed the way he made his money, he no longer needed the brews. In fact, they were in the way. And so on March 15th, 1518, the year the first slaves were shipped directly from Africa to America, he sent Bernardem Gomez to orchestrate a massive manhunt of lancados. And he used the newly created law of King Manuel to do it. As the following reference reads, and it reads, King Manuel also had further threats in store for those lancados, who were already on the coast in large numbers. On the 15th of March, 1518, he commissioned Bernardem Gomez.
See, all of this were those Jews, not Africans. Some were Africans after the Jews married them and had babies, and they escalated the population into the tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands. So you got to remember all of this land. You see the kingdom of, what is that? I don't know, the kingdom of something. But you can see where it said the kingdom of Judah and all of these other places. These were all Jews from Portugal, Spain, mixing in with people who look just like them and having babies and escalating the population. And after, they said, 1518, he commissioned Bernard M. Gomez to sail to Guinea to superintend the removal of the lancado.
To sail to Guinea to superintend the removal of the lancados. And the next reference reads, and it reads, the crown at first encouraged the policy of having lancados in this region to facilitate commerce. Degradados sailed on the voyages of both Vasco da Gama and Pedro Alvarez Cabral. Da Gama took 12 degradados with him and probably several in Southeast Africa. Once in place, it became clear that the Portuguese crown was unable to control them. In an effort to keep these regions free of non-Portuguese commercial activities, in 1518, the crown reversed the policy of creating lancados and attempted to round them up. And the following reference reads, and it reads, finally, on March the 15th, 1518, he published a violent charter for which he sent a special ship commanded by Bernardem Gomez to the ports of Guinea with the mission of getting all the Christian lancados who were there to board. Those who returned to Europe obeying this order would be forgiven as long as they paid the 10 cruzados along with half of their possessions or their farms. Those, however, who refused to embark and to leave the lands of Africa would be handed over to the African kings to be killed.
To be handed over to the African kings to be killed, the permit authorized Captain Bernardine Gomez to offer to the indigenous chief. You understand?
The permit authorized Captain Bernardine Gomez to offer to the indigenous chiefs all the gifts that were necessary to achieve the delivery or the murder of those lancados. It seems that these violent measures by monarch Venturso were intended to reach Jews and foreign adventurers who spread freely along the African coast. And so the law that was written just a few years before against the lancados was now fully enforced. And a worldwide decree was given to all of Portugal's allies in Africa and abroad. And the message was clear. Go, hunt them down, and bring them to me. No matter where they are or how long it's been, find them. I hereby authorize everyone to hunt them, to take all their possessions. You have my permission. You can keep half of their possessions. Just bring the other half to me. And bring them to me in chains. Bring them to the judges of Guinea as prisoners. And to all those looking for slaves, you can now purchase them from Africa.
Whoop, whoop, there it is.
The judges of Guinea. For they are now under the judgment of natural death.
Natural death means slavery. These were prisoners of war, our ancestors.
Now, that was a summary and a paraphrase of a law that's roughly 20 pages long. And with that being said, let's take a closer look at this law issued by King Manuel, who started the transatlantic slave trade and also started it from Africa. This is the law that's never taught in any institutions of learning. A copy of this law can be found in Portugal's National Library. And you can check the description of this video for a link of your very own copy of a non-translated copy. Now, this document is written in ancient Portuguese, which doesn't translate well in Google Translate. So with that being said, we were blessed to have the help of a kind, helpful sister, Ema, professor, perfectionist, along with a professional translation company to review and certify these translations. And with that said, here are a few important excerpts from our translations. First, the law starts by stating the people of whom it is for. Researchers agree this law was written specifically for Lancados. We see this in books from the 1900s. We also know that this law describes the targeted people as being those sent and those who go to Guinea. This lines up with the groups of King Dawood's sons that we reviewed earlier in this video. Some were sent by way of the expulsion edicts, and some fled on their own. Those are the ones who go to Guinea without the king's consent. So hopefully you can see this is just one big story that started in Spain and Portugal and made its way into Africa. As the following reference reads, and it reads, regarding those who are sent to Elmina or those who go to Guinea without the permission from the king, as well as those who do not comply with the rules. Here's a copy of the notes from one of our translators. These points have been validated using additional books and references. And it says, the fifth book is about the punishments or the ordinances for those that, one, went to Guinea with the consent of the king, but didn't keep his rules. Main crimes against the kingdom. They didn't keep the Catholic faith, they didn't pay taxes, or they had multiple wives. Point two, those that were sent to Guinea as punishment for not converting to the Catholic faith, so they couldn't go back by their own will. They were required good behavior, but they would often incur the same crimes. Reparations were paid to the kingdom in silver, gold, merchandise, and labor. The law then goes on to summarize the reason for the law, and it reads, the ordinations and the laws which have thus far been created for things related to our town, Elmina, and for things related to Guinea, are not going well and are not being declared like they should. Therefore, our service needs to step up and help preserve the enforcement of laws, since we are suffering quite a bit. If we take action, such attitude will be useful to all our kingdoms and all the governors and landlords, and also help with the excommunications that have been going on in many kingdoms. However, many laws have not even been created or confirmed yet. This situation is generating a lot of confusion and questions. We need to show that we have the ability to govern properly. The laws that talk about our mind and what we managed to take away from Guinea were idealized by my uncle, King Alfonso, as well as my cousin, King John. Something which they should take a lot of credit for. In the following paragraph, we will write what the law must be. The law basically states that these people could not buy or sell in West Africa without first having written permission from Portugal. And if the Lancados or sons of King Dawood broke this law, the sentence involved turning over the lawbreakers to the Portuguese judges and being sentenced to natural death, aka slavery. As the following reference reads, it reads, by law, we are ordering all people not to go out of our ships or go to other lands and seas or places that we have conquered, with the objective of waging war or stealing things in our name. Such things should not be done without our permission. The person who does this shall be killed as punishment, just natural death, slavery. The person who does this can also lose all their belongings and goods. This punishment also goes to all those people who attempt to steal things from our ships, like machinery, mechanical parts, or artillery. Those who are found wandering around other seas shall face the consequences. However, those who were found but have not done anything wrong shall be spared. We need to know all the information we can about the occurrences so we can order the correct punishment to be applied or not. And by this law of ours, we give place and license to all captains, pilots, masters, or landlords of our ships, or our keepers, or any other person of our kingdom, or landlords that those parts for their privilege, or by our permission they go. We here state the permission to go to those places in every ship, land, seas that they find. They are allowed to take them and bring all the people they find as prisoners. And as a message to those who defile us will be
as prisoners, not slaves, as prisoners.
delivered to our judge of Guinea, which is the west coast of Africa. And by him be judged. Half of what they had will be divided by those who brought them, and the other half will be ours. And last but not least, the same law that authorized the taking of these people also authorized for the first time the taking of slaves from the west coast of Africa. As the following reference reads, we are also certified to give permission to the captains of our ships and to order them to go to Elmina or to Sao Tome and to Principe Islands to trade and to negotiate. However, a trip to Sao Tome and Principe Islands should be taken when it is really necessary. There, our ships might have the possibility of buying many slaves to bring to our kingdoms, as well as other things that can be purchased. Ladies and gentlemen, this law written by the King of Portugal is the actual law that started the transatlantic slave trade from Africa to the Americas. It is a law written specifically for Lancados, who are Black Portuguese, who are Spanish Jews, who are Negroes, who are the sons of King Dawid. For the first time in modern history, we have uncovered the greatest secret of the transatlantic slave trade. This is history in the making. Well, House of Judah, a major piece of your history has now been restored back unto you. It is now time to turn back to the Most High Yah and to once again be Israel. And let Abba Yah be your Elohim, for Yahuwah is his name. This is just the beginning, friends. There's much, much more to this. We must now prepare for our journey home. And with that, this lesson has come to an end. A special thank you for all those who continue to lift me and my family up in your thoughts and prayers. And a big thank you to those who donate to help make these videos possible. I thank you on behalf of all the viewers who are enlightened by these videos. And thank you to all those who share these videos with family and friends. Well, family, stay blessed, Israel, and prepare for the long journey home. Shalom.
All right. Now go back to video 1. Has even more information and all of Benaiah Israel's video. Subscribe to his channel and fucking learn your history. So we're gonna wrap that up and we're gonna go on to the next one. Hold on, let me go back to the stream. Are there any questions? Anybody wanna, Yeah, I did too, brother Willie. I love, yeah. I mean, she was on point. She was not playing, and we can't fucking play with these people. We know who they are, and they know who they are, but we gotta pull back the curtain of lies and deceit and expose them. These motherfuckers grow tails, man. They grow tails. You feel me? So there's no time now to play. You gotta be matter of fact. Matter of fact, in that expression, matter of fact, there are facts. You cannot deny the fact. All right. So let's go on to the next one. You know who this woman is, Jane Elliott. It's a minute long, and she's telling you that Christopher Columbus was black.
If you are raised and schooled in the United States of America, and you have gone to school for 13 years, K through 12, and you are the racist, you weren't listening. Now, people really resent it when I say that, but wait a minute, folks. Who do we say invented everything, discovered everything, did all the writing, did all the reading? People. Eventually, maybe you'll actually say when the teacher says, Christopher Columbus discovered America and he met those Indians here. There were no Indians here when Christopher Columbus got here. There were people from Africa who had been here for over 10,000 years before Christopher Columbus was born. It's time for us to teach our children the truth. And it's time for us to say...
No, she's wrong about that. There were no people from Africa here. They were coming back and forth because you can see that if there's pyramids in America and pyramids on the continent of Africa, especially Egypt, and other places like China, and other places like Europe, and other places like Russia, and all of that, that's black people.
Okay, we're going to talk about Black Lives Matter. People, everybody trace your DNA back as far as you can trace it. And you're going to find out that every one of you has in their DNA some DNA from a country in Africa. That's a fact.
Yeah, we're going through it. We're going forward. Hold on.
Or girl of color.
Now, I'm not going to play this one, but because I'm starting to get tired. I'm going to focus in on Isabella and Queen and King Ferdinand and other short videos about what happened in the transatlantic slave trade. But I'm going to copy this and go right into the comments. So if you want to watch it, you can do so. Please do so. Because it is just absolutely, positively stunning as to the level of ignorance that we may have about our own history. So this is 2025 DNA analysis revealed Black Americans are descendants of Black slaves but Native American. That's true. But the Lancaro, the Degoradaro, the Moriscos, you name it, these Jews, Black Jews, I don't like separating the two because it's one and the same. But awesome. So we're gonna cut this a little loose, and we're gonna go here. Hold on, let me see, because I wanna. Okay, so we'll do that. Hold on, let me see, and then we get right into this one. Is another. This is a video. So if you can find it, go right here. You're gonna see the transcript of the video, which is what we're going to get into late in a minute. So I'm going to copy that, right, and bring that evidence over to the stream and paste it. And please check that out. But I'm going to get into that. This is where the PowerPoint comes in. They talk about whitewashing the face of dark-skinned people, Racial Integrity Act. That's in my book. I'm not going to be covering that. I'm going to go right on down here to Turtle Island. Then what Turtle Island is, and the first landing, the first indigenes were dark color. And then you go into Mexican, you go into American, what that is. And as in that picture, you see the Indians on top of the white people. This is it. All right. So let me go on down here and wrap this up as quick as possible. And this guy is telling the truth. All right. I like this guy.
It's well known. It's a well-known issue that African Americans, Black people in America, so-called, don't know their history. That they're cut off from the history of Africa, and even the history of everything that they did and everything that was done to them in America. That's why you have Black History Month, right? So this is something that everyone knows about. Everyone is aware of this issue. But the truth is that so-called white people don't know their history either. their history in America or their history in Europe. Americans generally don't know history, which is incredibly useful when you consider the fact that history repeats itself. It's incredibly useful to keep the entire population in a state of amnesia, so that the whole country operates like the main character in that film Memento. So you keep doing the same things that you've always done, and you never understand that you're actually doing the things that history has already judged to be crimes. You understand? You can do it as if there's no context, as if there's no history, as if there's no pattern. That's the whole point of approaching current events from an ahistorical perspective. You don't want anyone to see the pattern. You want to be able to do things that have already been condemned by history, but you want to keep doing them anyway, as if you don't know that they're contemptible. You don't know that they are condemned actions. Just like Donald Trump now invoking the Alien Enemies Act in reference to mass deportations and so on. Okay, this is the same act that put tens of thousands of Japanese Americans into internment camps in World War II, and for which the United States government eventually had to provide compensation and eventually had to even apologize for doing it. You see, it is something completely contemptible that you did, but you want to repeat it. So you forget your history. You forget history so you can repeat history without blame. Both so-called white people and so-called black people in America don't know their history. Both have been told lies about the past, about their respective pasts. And the only reason for that is for the purpose of maintaining the continuity of the contemptible reality of how that society operates. Amnesia and fictional histories serve as a preventative measure against change, against reform, against rehabilitation. America chooses to live like it's in the movie Groundhog Day. You pretend that only today exists over and over and over again. And because of this forced amnesia, because of this deliberate suppression of historical awareness, the people in America don't even recognize when they're reliving their own past. They think that they're facing something new. They think that they're responding to some unprecedented crisis every time. If you have no recollection where the road leads that you're on, then you'll keep walking it again and again, never realizing that it has already led you into disaster after disaster, dozens of times before. And this is exactly the condition that the rulers in America want, that the elite of America want, not just for black people, not just for so-called white people, but for everyone. Because the most effective way to ensure that a crime continues is to make sure that it is never recognized as a crime, to make sure that every time you commit that crime, it feels like the first time. So when Trump talks about invoking the Alien Enemies Act, most Americans don't hear the echoes of history from that. They don't hear the voices of the Japanese Americans who were dragged from their homes and put behind barbed wire for years and years. They don't remember that country had to apologize for doing exactly what they're about to do again. The American mind resets every morning. And that's the perfect condition for those in power. Because if people really understood history, then they would recognize that nothing about the American system is accidental. Every aspect of it, from its racial hierarchies to its economic disparities to its unjust foreign policies, is simply the continuation of an old script, a script that has played out again and again, always leading to oppression, always leading to exploitation, always leading to war, always leading to misery. And this is why in America history isn't taught. Fiction is taught, legends are taught, myths are taught, but not history. Because real history would be dangerous. Real history would break the illusion and potentially break the cycle.
There you go.
So-called white people in America know a version of history. They know a story. They know a narrative.
A myth, a
that
story,
has been
a narrative.
crafted to shape how they see themselves, how they see their ancestors, how they see their nations and their place in the world.
They don't have none.
Else. And this
Ooga booga,
ignorance, this deliberate miseducation that they have imposed upon their own people allows the same crimes to continue. What most white people in America and Europe believe about their history is not history at all. It's mythology designed to produce a specific kind of person, a person who does not feel guilty, a person who does not feel accountable, a person who does not feel responsible for ever changing anything because they don't think they're doing anything wrong. They're taught that their ancestors were pioneers, their ancestors were explorers and builders of civilization, that they brought progress and democracy and enlightenment to the world. They hear about the Renaissance, they hear about the Industrial Revolution, they hear about the Age of Discovery, and so forth and so on. And not about enslavement, not about genocide, not about the theft, not about the destruction that their people are responsible for. They're not taught that their prosperity was built on unimaginable suffering. They're not taught that their systems of government, their financial empires, their very sense of national identity are all rooted in exploitation. They don't know about the crimes. They don't know the real legacy of their people. And so they don't change. They don't have to change because they don't even realize what they need to correct. You know, when we look at colonialism, for example, the history that's taught in Western schools is usually an abstraction. Colonization is framed as something that it just sort of happened a long time ago, you know, something that was maybe unfortunate, but it was inevitable, and ultimately it represented progress, and there were many beneficial things to come from it. Never mind the millions of Africans who died in the Congo Free State under King Leopold. Most white Americans have never heard of that. Never mind the Bengal famine of 1943 when millions of Indians starved to death due to British policies. They don't even know about it. The fact that the American police forces evolved from slave patrols, they don't know about that either. And they're not any more informed about the ongoing crimes, like the pillage of African resources today, the economic neocolonialism that keeps entire regions of the world impoverished, the exploitation of labor in the global south. These aren't relics of history. That's the present day reality of what your people are doing. But the story that the white people are told does not include those realities, or else it packages those realities deceitfully and dishonestly. They package them dishonestly and deceitfully in the past just like they do now. The irony is that when they're confronted with the truth, many of these people will react defensively. You know, I didn't do that. That was in the past. Why should I feel guilty? But this reaction in and of itself reveals how little they're really understanding. It's not about guilt. It's about responsibility. You know, if a person inherits a stolen house, they may not have stolen it themselves, but they still live in it. And if they refuse to acknowledge where that house came from or how it came into their possession, if they insist that that house is rightfully theirs because the crime happened a long time ago, well, then they're complicit because the theft is ongoing. The crime never really stopped. So when people don't know their history, they cannot recognize when history is repeating itself and when history is actually just a continuum into the present. This is why so-called white people in America can watch their government arm and support genocide in Gaza, bomb Syria, Iraq, Yemen, and so on, and actually believe when they say it's for the purpose of security. They don't see the colonial mindset at work. That's why they can see corporations, for example, Western corporations, strip mine Africa for resources and not connect that to the centuries of plunder that came before. This is why they can hear about mass incarceration, about police brutality and systemic racism in the United States, and not understand that these are not new problems. These are just new forms of an old system. These are new manifestations of the same system. And this is why they don't resist, why they don't challenge the structures that continue to exploit and continue to oppress. Because they don't even recognize those systems as continuations of the age-old exploitation and oppression. The truth is, white people have been colonized too. Not physically, not economically, but psychologically. They've been conditioned to believe in a history that never happened. A history where they were always the heroes. A history where they were never the villains, and where their victims were villains. And as long as they live inside that fiction, well, they'll continue to perpetuate the same crimes of their past, even without realizing it. Which just means that we're not even talking about past crimes. We're talking about ongoing crimes from the past until today. Like I said, it's a continuum. If there's ever going to be any real change, if there's ever going to be any hope for justice, then so-called white people have to actually learn your history. Not the history that makes you feel proud and makes you feel good, that makes you feel comfortable, but real history, the history that makes you uncomfortable, the history that you've denied all this time. And only when white people know their real history, really know it, then maybe they can begin to take the first steps towards repairing the damage that that history caused. The damage that it caused to millions upon millions of people all around the world, including themselves. I mean, Americans, particularly so-called white Americans, you're all like the child of the BTK killer, trying to come to terms with the fact that you were raised by a monster who you always thought was a good and upright man. If Americans in general really understood their history, well, they would know that the United States government has only ever used fear as a weapon against them. And every war that America has ever been involved in was only justified by lies. And every act of domestic repression has only ever been framed as being necessary for the sake of security. They would know that the anti-immigration movements, the anti-Muslim ban and so forth, and all of their surveillance programs, it's not new. It's the same thing. It's just rebranded versions of old crimes. There's absolute continuity. And the only reason that you don't know that is because you have no actual understanding of your own history. Yes, if Americans truly understood their history, they would not be so easily manipulated. They would not be so easily controlled. They would not be so quick to repeat the wrongs of the past, or rather to continue the wrongs of the past. But that's exactly why history is hidden from them. I mean, it's trite but true. There is nothing more powerful than knowledge. There's nothing more dangerous to a corrupt system than a population that remembers. And that's why our mission must be to educate people and to awaken people and to reconnect people with the reality of their own history, the good and the bad. Because when you understand your history, then you'll understand your enemy, because they've been doing the same thing throughout history. And when you understand your enemy, then you'll understand how to defeat them.
That's why I say when you know the past, you can understand the present and predict the future. Real simple.
You'll understand how to oppose them, because you've got an enemy who keeps you in a state of amnesia and a state of fake implanted memories. You know, every time you open your eyes, your enemy is right there in front of you telling you that he's your friend. And because you don't remember anything, you believe him. You understand? The whole country is getting their drink spiked. Everyone in that country is getting roofied. And the one who spikes your drink and the one who abuses you when you're in your numb and unconscious state is the one sitting next to you in the morning when you come to, holding your hand, your protector. Oh, it's insidious. Uncle Sam is a serial killer. The son of Sam's got nothing on Uncle Sam. Uncle Sam is the most prolific, psychopathic, diabolical, demonic mass murderer in history. I mean, look at that poster again, that Uncle Sam poster, that I Want You poster. Think about that. You would think that a character who's supposed to represent the great democratic America would actually be asking the people, what do you want? Not demanding, I want you to go off into the meat grinder of World War I and World War II. Over 500,000 American soldiers killed in Europe and in Asia, thousands of miles from the United States. And then basically some 20-something years later, the same message is repeated. And is heralded as a great quote, is heralded as a great statement from John F. Kennedy. Ask not what your country can do for you, ask what you can do for your country. Why? That's not how this works. Talk about gaslighting. Imagine if someone said that in a relationship. You know, I need you to do this and that and the other, and don't even ask me about what you need me to do for you. No, your government, your power structure hates you. But worse than hating you, they don't even respect you. And like I said, a major reason for that is that they have perfected the process of completely wiping out your memory. But the power structure has a memory. So you understand, that's what's really meant by history repeating itself. People think that this is some sort of natural law. No, it's not natural law. It's just the unchanged, consistent behavior of a predatory power structure. It's the law of if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Meaning they've been doing the same thing for a very long time. And the system works for them. So they have no reason to change it. And they never will change it until you change. And that's why they want to make sure that you never know what's going on. They want to make sure that you never know what's been going on and why they keep you basically like a crackhead. I'm serious. Just like a crackhead. The American population, is like a crackhead. Extreme desperation for short-term gratification. Complete memory blackouts. No recall of past consequences of their actions. Mood swings, volatile, erratic, can't cope with reality. And you'll sell your dignity just to get some relief. That's why they don't respect you. The same way that a drug dealer doesn't respect a crackhead. Because they can treat you any kind of way. And you'll accept it. You'll accept it as long as you can get a hit of propaganda, a hit of entertainment, a hit of distraction, or what have you. Anything to just help you forget the reality that you live in. But Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala said that the condition of a people will not change until they move to change it themselves. And that's why they've neutralized you, because otherwise history might not repeat itself. Because they're the ones who are making history repeat itself by just continuing to do what they've always done. You understand what I'm saying? See, this isn't cyclical. It's constant, uninterrupted. The oppression, the violence, the exploitation, the predation. This is all static, unchanging. You say history repeats itself, it makes it sound like you're talking about a cycle. But it's not a cycle. It's not even a loop. It's a straight line. And it has never swerved, not even once. It's one scene. It's the same scene, year after year, decade after decade. And all they ever do is maybe change the lighting to make it look different, to make it look new. But nothing has changed. But you won't know that as long as you have no memory, as long as you have no actual memory. Not the implanted fake memories of the past that they put in your mind, but a real memory, a real knowledge of history. You'll actually think that you're looking at something new because you don't remember. You don't remember that it's always been this way. And that's why they want you to be so desperate to forget. It's like they say, the best predictor of future behavior is past behavior. So the best way to be able to continue negative and destructive behavior into the future is to try to falsify your history. I mean, most people don't even care about history in America. That's the fact. They're already just ignorant. But the ones who do have an interest in history, they're fed a fictitious history. So they're even worse than someone who's just ignorant. They're even worse than someone who knows nothing. Because it's actually better to just know nothing than to believe something false. The one who doesn't know anything can at least learn. They're at least empty, and information can be put in that emptiness. Whereas someone who already believes something false thinks he already has the knowledge, thinks he already has the information, and that makes him immune to learning. But then, of course, there's also the fact that the history is so horrific, the history is so brutal, that there's already a built-in incentive to deny or to dismiss it. Because it can be absolutely soul-crushing to try to come to terms with. Like I said, it's like finding out that your parent is the BTK killer. How do you process that? Most people would just reflexively deny horrible realities because they've already built their whole life around the assumption that the reality that they live in is not horrible. You've been drinking blood your whole life thinking it's cherry Kool-Aid. The torch of the Statue of Liberty isn't a guiding light, it's an arsonist's weapon. That's what burned down villages in Vietnam. That's what set fire to Iraq and to Afghanistan. And that's what lit burning crosses all over America. You've been living in an alternative universe. So-called white Americans are like Manchurian candidates, committing or being accomplice to heinous crimes decade after decade after decade, insulated by the hypnotic state of the false version of history that they believe. That's why I've said so repeatedly, your so-called civilization has betrayed you. Your so-called civilization has duped you. They got you to sign off on policies that they told you were for the protection of liberty and justice, but were actually policies for mass murder, crimes against humanity, war crimes, savagery, and enslavement, all for the profit of others. Others who view you as nothing but useful idiots. And now you're incriminated. Now you're accomplices. Now you're taking the fall. But you've got no one to blame but yourselves. But you know what the biggest fraud is? You know what the biggest control strategy is that they use? It's not entertainment. It's not drugs. It's not mass distraction. It's not pornography. It's not even their falsification of history. The biggest strategy that they use to keep you weak and to keep you neutralize, is teaching you to hate Islam. I mean, of course, this is couched in the general atheistic secular programming that they impose on you in the West and in America to make you dismissive about religion overall. But their main tool, their main concern, their main focus is to keep you away from Islam and Islam away from you. They teach you that all religions are the same. All religions are nothing but control mechanisms. All religions are man-made. All religions are oppressive and what have you. You know, they poison your whole concept of religion so that you'll just have a default animosity and a default aversion to Islam. And you can't see what they're doing to you. You can't see that this very calculated, very coordinated, and very relentless anti-religious propaganda in films, in television, in academia, in popular discourse, you can't see how all of that is being done very deliberately and in an orchestrated manner. And you can't see that this in and of itself, this is a strategy of control, a mechanism of control. And then the absolutely disciplined, the absolutely systematic and forceful demonization of Islam across all sections of the media. Do you think they're telling you the truth? Do you think that they're doing that to help you? Not to make sure that you never will get any help and not to make sure that you will never help yourself? This is why they're doing it. All they ever do is lie to you. But somehow, for some reason, in the case of Islam, what, you think that they're being honest with you? You know, they push this idea on their people, on the public, that atheism is the most rational, the most realistic, the most reasonable, the most scientific, the most logical, and the most intellectual position that anyone can take. They push that narrative, and they pushed it hard to where people are embarrassed to admit that they're religious. Whatever religion it is, doesn't matter. When the truth is that atheists are the most objectively ludicrous people on the face of the earth, but no one wants to say it. No one wants to point out this obvious reality because it goes against the official narrative. It goes against the official narrative of what smart means. No, this is all being pushed on you just to keep you foolish. It's being pushed on you to keep you neutralized, just like everything else that they popularize. I mean, think about it. Atheists only believe in what they can see or hear or touch or measure. But human senses are weak. We just see a fraction of the light spectrum. We hear only a small range of sound. We can't detect most of what exists around us. Your so-called empiricism is absurd. The ocean covers 70% of the earth, but 80% of its life is undiscovered. You know, 85% of the universe, they say, is dark matter. Scientists know it's there, but they can't see it. So how can any atheist claim certainty about what exists and what doesn't? It's like asking Stevie Wonder if you're wearing a nice color scheme. And you know, they tell you that you don't have to believe in God in order to be a moral person, in order to be a good person, and so on. But you need the government, don't you? You need the government to tell you, don't you? They'll tell you that all religions are man-made. But by the way, you better follow all of these man-made laws that we just wrote down or it will put you in jail. Okay, you can be moral without religion. Where's the proof? The 20th century was the most atheistic century in human history. And it was also the most viciously violent and inhumane and immoral century in history. Yeah, okay, you can still walk when it's pitch dark, but you can walk a whole lot better in the daylight. You can walk a lot better and you can walk a lot more safely. Honestly, they're making fools of you. And like I said, it's glaringly obvious what religion is the one religion that they most want you to stay away from. And it's not Christianity, and it's not Judaism, and it's not Buddhism, and it's not Hinduism. It's not New Age spiritualism. No. The most vilified, the most reviled, the most slandered, and the most systematically, relentlessly demonized religion is Islam. Slandered and demonized by the power structure that is absolutely committed to keeping you in the dark about everything, about your history and about your present. Well, it couldn't be more obvious. You know, this is where a lot of people hit a wall. They hit a wall in their ability to reason when it comes to Islam. There's people that like to believe that they have successfully extricated themselves from the indoctrination and the programming. Right up until you start talking about Islam. Then the indoctrination and the programming kick in with the fury. You know, there's people who will say, yes, the government lies. Yes, they lied about history. Yes, it's miseducation. Yes, they lie about this and they lie about that. And all the popular narratives and all the discourse are just controlled. Except for the lies that you taught me that I still believe in. When it comes to religion, when it comes to Islam, it's uncanny. You know, You can actually find that rare American, that rare Westerner, who can have a conversation where they express thoughts that actually harvested in their own minds. It's rare, but it can happen. But they're not just regurgitating talking points and prepackaged arguments that were spoon-fed to them by the media. You can do that right up until you start to talk about Islam, and then suddenly you find that you're talking to a robot. Suddenly they're just reciting from a script. You know, this programming goes deeper than anything else, and it's glaring. And that tells you that the single most important priority for American control and domination and neutralization of the population is to keep them away from Islam, which should tell you, if you're a thinking person, if you're an intelligent person, that should tell you that they know that Islam is the single most important key to your liberation. You can reject what I'm saying, that's fine. That's up to you. But just know that this is you wanting for yourself the same thing that the power structure wants for you. And they have never wanted anything for you except for subjugation, marginalization, and neutralization. So you can keep drinking that cherry Kool-Aid if you want, but just don't forget what it really is.
All right, you heard Brother Shahid Bolson. So what I'm going to do, we're getting awfully close to the main event. Now this one, I put this in the chat. I'm not going to play that one, even though it's only 13 minutes. It's called Study Revealed Black Americans Aren't Descendants of Black Slaves, but Hidden Native Original People. But we are everywhere. I think that might be a badly worded description of the video. But we are from Portugal and Spain, the other people who went to the west coast of Africa, and from the Levant, those Jews were transported over into Negro land, and those black people came to the Americas. In fact, they were already here many hundreds, if not thousands of years before. So it's not like we just jumped up and got on the ship or boat or whatever the hell you want to call it, because the ship or boat got motored. But to make it plain and simple, whatever the case may have been, we were here already. Trade was going back and forth between the continent of Africa and Spain and China and other places. They even have, I forget the name of it, but even have it on the west coast of South America, people who look like they Chinese, because the Chinese were there already. You can't be looking like that and you don't have no interaction with the Chinese. The Nakis, which means black. I rest my motherfucking case. Y'all too motherfucking dumb to see this shit. God help you, that I can't help you. Alright? I didn't see you, man. I swear to God, I did not see you. It didn't show up on the screen saying that you were there. Hold on. Okay, so yeah, okay, so I did this one, so we don't need to rehash that. So what we're gonna do, hold on, that one, this one is 9 minutes, this one is 36 minutes. We're gonna play these, alright? And we'll be done. But what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna get rid of the easy one. Now, I've said this before, that there are black people who could pass for white people. And back in the day, in Mississippi, Alabama, Georgia, Texas, all of that, there were black people who look like me who would pass for white, and white people look like George Bush who were considered niggas. It wasn't clean cut. Alright, so this is how stuff works. I'm gonna make a copy of that and put that in the chat. Hold on. I hope it goes. Okay. So, Alexander Dumas, Anatoly Broyard, Malcolm Gladwell, Kel Chaney, Pete Wentz, Soledad O'Brien, Queen Charlotte of England and her husband, Alexander Pushkin, Michael Fashberg, and Alessandro de Medici. These were all black people. So, like I said, I just put that in the chat. And here again, we see this as well. You got St. Nicholas. St. Nicholas was an actual real person. He was a black guy, a saint. Alexander Hamilton, Betty Boop. The creator of Betty Boop was a black woman. King Tut, Beethoven, Clark Gable, Alexander Dumas, J. Edgar Hoover, Jacqueline Onassis, John F. Kennedy was a black guy. If you ever take a look at his photos when he's out in the sun, he gets awfully brown. And Hannibal and Carthage. So I'm going to take that, copy it, and we'll be a lot quicker. I mean, a lot closer and getting done. I'm sleepy right now. I'm coming down with this cold. So we're going to go there. Now, this is called the secret memoirs of this. Am I saying that? Memoirs of the Secret Services of John Mackay Esquire during the reigns of King William, Queen Anne, and King George I. So please check that book out. It's free. You can download it and read it for free. And let's see where we're at. So I can get rid of that. Now we are. Oh, hold on. Before I do that, I'm going to do this one. This one is only 10 minutes. Hold on. Let me see if my boy is there. I don't know. But bro, I did not see you. Normally you would be here coming in. I did not see you. But we're going to go on ahead. We're going to play this video, and I'll be right back.
What if I told you that medieval Africans were using banks and checks centuries before Europe's financial revolution? That long before the first European banks were established, African merchants were issuing promissory notes, financing trade across vast regions, and storing wealth in organized financial institutions. It's a truth that mainstream history has largely ignored. But the records don't lie. Africa's economic systems were among the most sophisticated in the medieval world. In the 10th century, Africa wasn't just a land of kings and warriors. It was home to powerful financiers, international trade hubs, and advanced economic systems. From the gold-laden banks of Mali and Ghana to the bustling commercial centers of the Swahili coast,
I just put that in the chat.
Africans developed financial mechanisms that allowed for complex, large-scale transactions. And here's the kicker. Written financial instruments, the ancestors of modern checks, were used by traders and scholars centuries before similar methods became common in Europe. Let's start with West Africa, where the great empires of Ghana and Mali controlled vast wealth. The Kingdom of Ghana, rising to prominence by the 8th century, was one of the richest states in the medieval world. Al-Bakri, an 11th century Arab geographer, described the capital of Ghana as a place where gold was so abundant that the king's dogs wore gold collars and his horses had gold-adorned harnesses. But this wealth wasn't just hoarded, it was part of an advanced financial system. African traders and merchants operated through a credit-based economy, which allowed them to exchange goods and services using promissory notes.
Wait, what? A credit-based economy?
Rather than carrying large amounts of gold. Gold dust was the standard currency in many parts of the region, but rather than physically transporting it, merchants often left deposits with trusted financiers who issued written guarantees. These were essentially early checks, documents that could be exchanged for an equivalent value in another location. The Mali Empire, which absorbed Ghana and rose to dominate West Africa in the 13th century, perfected this system. Under the legendary Mansa Musa, who ruled in the early 1300s, Mali became the financial capital of Africa. Musa's pilgrimage to Mecca in 1324 is famous for nearly crashing the economies of North Africa and the Middle East because he spent and donated so much gold. But Mali's wealth wasn't just in gold, it was in its banking and trade networks. Timbuktu, a city that would later become the intellectual and financial heart of West Africa, housed wealthy merchant families, scholars, and bankers who controlled regional and international trade. The Tarikh al-Fatash, a 17th century West Africa, housed wealthy merchant families, scholars,
Look at
and
what it
bankers.
says. The signature moved nations. And y'all don't know nothing. It's just unreal that you don't want to know your ancestors and bless their name.
Who controlled regional and international trade. The Tarikh al-Fatash, a 17th century chronicle of West African history, describes how merchants in Timbuktu and Jenne stored wealth in financial institutions and conducted transactions through written contracts.
Wealth and financial institutions. I think those are banks.
Ibn Battuta, the 14th century Moroccan explorer, was astonished by Mali's economic structure, stating, "In this land, gold is more abundant than dust, and merchants exchange promissory notes with full confidence." Promissory notes were crucial for long-distance trade.
Wait, promissory notes? Are you fucking kidding me? Wow. White folks ain't shit. Mediocre at best.
The vast trans-Saharan trade network, which connected West Africa to North Africa, the Middle East, and even parts of Europe, was dangerous. Caravans traveled for weeks through harsh deserts, making it risky to carry large amounts of gold, or cowries, another form of currency. African traders solved this by using letters of credit, similar to modern banknotes. A merchant in Timbuktu could deposit his wealth with a trusted financier and receive a written document guaranteeing payment in another city, allowing for cashless transactions. And this wasn't just happening in West Africa. On the Swahili coast, stretching from modern-day Kenya to Mozambique, African merchants engaged in a booming trade network that connected them to Arabia, Persia, India, and China. The Swahili cities of Kilwa, Mombasa, and Zanzibar were among the wealthiest trading hubs of the medieval world. Kilwa, in particular, had an advanced financial system. The city minted its own currency as early as the 11th century, something many European nations hadn't even done yet. Ibn Battuta, who visited Kilwa in the 14th century, noted that Swahili traders conducted business transactions through written agreements, much like their counterparts in West Africa. Portuguese records from the 16th century also describe how Swahili merchants could buy goods in distant lands using letters of credit rather than carrying physical money. This practice extended into the Hausa city-states, where Kano, Katsina, and Zaria became major financial centers by the 15th century. Merchants in these cities used the African Ajami writing script to record business transactions, sign contracts, and issue financial guarantees. The financial institutions in Kano allowed for loans, credit, and cashless trade, making it a thriving economic hub. So why don't we hear about Africa's banking history? Why is the image of medieval Africa still one of isolated villages, rather than global trade and financial power? The answer lies in how history has been told. The dominant historical narrative has long focused on European and Asian financial developments, while ignoring Africa's role in shaping global economic systems. European colonial narratives intentionally downplayed Africa's advanced trade and banking systems to justify exploitation. But the records are clear. Africans were conducting international commerce, issuing financial instruments, and building economic networks long before many parts of Europe had stable economies. Even when Europeans arrived on Africa's shores in the 15th and 16th centuries, they found well-established financial institutions already in place. The Portuguese, upon reaching the Swahili coast, were shocked by the sophistication of African trade. Documents from Portuguese explorers state that Swahili merchants had financial connections stretching to India and beyond, using credit systems similar to those later developed in Renaissance Europe. The real question isn't whether Africa had banking and checks in the 10th century. The evidence proves it did. The real question is why this isn't common knowledge. Africa's financial systems weren't just early versions of European banking. They were uniquely African innovations that adapted to the continent's economic landscape. These systems allowed Africa to become a global economic powerhouse, linking markets across the Sahara, the Indian Ocean, and beyond. And perhaps the most important lesson, Africa was never isolated. It wasn't a passive recipient of trade or knowledge from outsiders. Instead, it was a center of economic and financial innovation, influencing global trade in ways that history books have failed to acknowledge. Throughout the medieval period, Africa's banking institutions and credit systems thrived, demonstrating a financial sophistication that surpassed many of their European counterparts. While African states like Ghana, Mali, and Kilwa were minting coins, writing checks, and using credit, much of Europe was still bound to a feudal economy where barter was the norm and coinage was scarce. The use of promissory notes and credit systems among African merchants was particularly revolutionary. The historian Basil Davidson noted, Africa's merchants operated in networks that spanned thousands of miles, linking the savannas of West Africa with the Indian Ocean trade and beyond. This system mirrored the sophisticated financial practices emerging in the Islamic world and predated similar developments in many parts of Europe by centuries. Even in the 19th century, long after European colonization had begun to disrupt Africa's economic systems, financial institutions rooted in ancient practices persisted.
Hold on.
The historian Walter Rodney observed, long before European intrusion, Africa had developed trading mechanisms, credit systems, and banking traditions that functioned efficiently without Western interference. From the gold-backed economies of Ghana to the credit-based trade networks of the Swahili coast, Africa's financial ingenuity reshaped global commerce. These systems, though often overlooked, laid the groundwork for modern banking principles, proving that African financial institutions were not only advanced, but essential in shaping the medieval and early modern economy. So next time someone tells you that banking and checks were a European invention, tell them about the Kingdom of Ghana's gold reserves, Mali's promissory notes, Timbuktu's financial networks, Kilwa's credit systems, and Kano's banking institutions. Africa had banks, Africa used checks, and Africa's financial legacy is far greater than we've been led to believe. Thanks for watching this episode. Do remember to like, comment, subscribe, and share. And look out for the next one on Africa's great civilizations.
All right. Look, it's pretty obvious that we are very powerful people, that we control the trade, international trade and local trade of many nations. And these Jews were the backbone of the economies of the world. No ifs, ands, or buts about that. And I find it disgusting that, we can't seem to make a connection. I'm putting this I'm putting this on a Bluetooth for the speaker because it was kind of low. So we're gonna get out of here and go on to the next one. Now this is the video, like I was saying earlier. It's called Black Christopher Columbus, Black Queen Isabella, Black King Ferdinand, and Eagle from Rome to America. To get the transcript, we're going to get into Black Isabella and King Ferdinand now. Go right here. Go to this video. I think I put it in the chat, but just in case I didn't, go to that video and look for the download of the transcript. And it gives you all of the sources, all of the whatever else that you may want to have in order to prove the point. All right. right here, mediafire.com file G8HDVV, whatever the case may be. So I don't need to play that video. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to get rid of that and go to the transcript. All right, now this is the top of the transcript. It says Black Christopher Columbus, blah, 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 from Rome to America. All right, now here we go. These are the sources that he is citing. New York State Local History Source Leaflet, Verrazano's voyage along the Atlantic coast of North America. Those people were black, dark color, not much unlike the Ethiopian. Ethiopia means black skin or black face. It's not a name of a country. All right. Lemuria is what the Americans were called. Had black people. And the Iberian dark men of the Iberian race. Spain and Portugal is part of the Iberia. Like the Bushmen of South Africa, it was who were the first and original inhabitants of northern Africa, southern and western Europe, and southern Asia until they were supplanted by a far larger and more powerful so-called race. Now we know that race doesn't exist. We know that this book was written perhaps by some white folks, but you got to remember these people are not indigenous to any place of the world. They came into our kingdom with their nasty asses and damn near decimated the population of the black royal families and class with disease, better known as the Black Death. All right. Then you have the Iberians in ancient times inhabited western and southern part of Europe, the northern part of Africa, in fact, all parts reach from the Mediterranean Sea. The Basque in Spain and France, the little dark Welshmen, Scots, and black Celts. Okay? And the new Virginia law, but you guys can take a look at it. All right? And they give you all the evidence, all the facts. Okay? Now the New World discovery cast of Sephardic Jews from Spain and Isabella, financier Spaniards Isabella and Ferdinand, Roman Catholic Church. Okay, here we go. By Benjamin Franklin. He was very concerned about allowing the Moorish people, the dark-skinned people, and who were they? Into America. You got to remember, swarthy means black. He was talking about. Let me see. I want to make sure I don't eliminate everybody or not one person. So he said, this is Benjamin Franklin. He said, "Why should the Palatine Board be suffered to swarm into our settlement? Why should Pennsylvania, founded by the English, and you know the English motherfuckers all were black, become a colony of aliens?" You gotta remember too that Benjamin Franklin was a runaway debt slave who will shortly be so numerous to Germanize us instead of Anglifying them, and will never adopt our language custom any more than they can acquire our complexion. Which leads me to add one remark, that the number of purely white people in the world is proportionally very fucking small. They're not that big. All Africa, tawny and black. Asia, chiefly tawny. America, exclusive of the newcomer, wholly so. And in Europe, the Spaniards, Italians, French, US, and Swedes, all these motherfuckers were they complected. And now, where are we? The races of Europe were black. There were no white people. White people came later when they invaded. There were two invasions, not migrations of white people into our kingdom from Central Asia, where we put them. Okay, Sephardic Jews in Spain and Portugal, also known as Morisco, Marano, Crito, Converso. Okay. Christopher Columbus. Now here we go. The voyage of Columbus, being the epic tale of the great captain's fourth expedition, including accounts of mutiny, shipwreck, and discovery by Martin Dugard. I don't know if there's a date on here. There's no date, but this is an old book. All right. So they decided to see Spain prosper financially. This is when they were trying to get rid of the Lancado, the Morisco, the crypto Jews, or whatever the case may have been, the Negroes, and to see it rise from the fragmented assortment of kingdom to become the most dominant nation in Europe, if not the entire world, was the most powerful bond between Isabella and Ferdinand. Although something of an egomaniac, Ferdinand was no less committed to Spain's greatness. Ferdinand was only slightly taller than his diminutive bride with a ruddy face. That doesn't mean red. Ruddy, and explain to you what that is. Is it a ruddy face or skin a ruddy hue? And in poetic language, ruddy fruit of a bright yellow color does not mean white. So we're going to get on right down here and read what it says. His teeth were small and crooked, and he spoke in rapid bursts. Ferdinand was fond of one-upmanship, whether through war, diplomacy, or intrigue. So let's go on down here to the other book, Life and Voyage of Christopher Columbus. Ferdinand was of middle stature, well proportioned, and hardy and active from athletic exercise. His carriage was free, erect, and majestic. He had a clear, serene forehead, which appeared more lofty from his head being partly bald. His eyebrows were large and parted, and like his hair, of a bright chestnut. His eyes were clear and animated. His complexion was somewhat ruddy and scorched by the toils of war. Ruddy, red complexion, and so on and so forth. It gets down here. Ferdinand now realized that he must join her immediately, as Queen Isabella, disguised as a musketeer, accompanied, I guess that's musketeer, accompanied by six companions dressed as merchants and traveling by night. This is the book Queens, Empresses, and Grand Duchesses and Duchesses and Regents, Women Rulers of Europe. So where was I? Disguised as a musketeer, accompanied by six companions dressed as merchants and traveling by night. The Prince of Aragon and King of Sicily, as his father had designated him, bypassed King Enrique, men who lurked everywhere, and safely reached Valladolid. Okay. At the house of Juan de Vivero, where 18-year-old Isabella was staying, she and 17-year-old Ferdinand met for the first time. In a blaze of torch light, he saw a plumpish girl in the middle height, with copper-toned blonde hair and the blue-green eyes of the Trastamara family. He, a good-looking youth, stocky and swarthy, with his hair already beginning to recede. Swarthy means black complected, dark complected. You might hear somebody say, well, they had olive complexion. Motherfucker, there's only two kinds of olive. Green, you know that ain't gonna happen, and black. The Memoirs of Christopher Columbus by Stephen Marlowe. It doesn't have a date on, but it's a pretty old book. It was common knowledge that Ferdinand and Isabel were first cousins who had needed papal dispensation for the dynastic marriage that united their kingdom. King Ferdinand or Fernando in his royal winter robe with his lightweight traveling crown on his large head was a swarthy, complected man, dark transfixing eyes, a long torso. And Isabella saw before her a well-made young man slightly shorter than she, but damn, they must have been midgets, with his hair cut in the fashionable long and underturned style that was very much the rage in Europe. His travel clothes had been set aside, and he arrived richly dressed, for Ferdinand always made an elegant appearance. While not exactly handsome, he was fit and athletic, darker complexion than Isabella, and swarthy and rakish ways. Both of these people were black people. Both of these people were our ancestors in terms of color. Okay, you have the Castile, the first Renaissance queen. They go down here 2 weeks after Ferdinand's arrival in Toledo. And all of these books have references to other books, not just this one. 2 weeks after Ferdinand's arrival in Toledo on Saturday, November the 9th, between 6 and 7 in the morning. I guess they must have watches, I don't know. Isabella gave birth to a robust female child. A baby named Juana was somewhat darker in complexion than her sibling and bore a striking physical resemblance to her namesake. Ferdinand's mother, Juana Enrique, that Isabella nicknamed her suegra, which is mother-in-law. Mother-in-law. But as she grew to maturity, Juana appeared to have strong temperamental similarity to her other grandmother. Spain's and golden Queen Isabella. Dark skin, dark, smooth hair worn to his shoulders, talking about Ferdinand. Dark skin, brown eyes. Here, Ferdinand kissed Isabella and put his hand upon Little John's golden curls, whereupon Joanna pushed her brother aside jealously and clung to her father's knees. He lifted her onto his lap, and then he smiled with a radiance that transfigured her dark face. Look, if that don't convince you that Queen Isabella and King Ferdinand and all the royals, until white folk took it over, just like they took it over in Egypt during the in Greece and Rome was the Hellenistic period, and in Egypt it was the Ptolemaic period. If that doesn't prove it to you, I don't know what will. The royal discord, the family of George II, the parliamentary opposition to Walpole, with whom Frederick had always made common cause, seized on the issue, and oratory took flight about the gallant British sailors being subject to evil, swarthy Roman Catholics. Swarthy Roman Catholics. This was a religious war, bringing our people to the west coast of Africa were prisoners of war. They are the ones that we come from. Some of these people married the African native people there from the continent. Yes, and probably some have and were African, but 95% of the people who came, sir, were Jews. So after Elizabeth and so on, but you can go down the list and you can take a look at it. Christopher Columbus, the so-called New World explorer, the man was black. Right? In 1492, a friend described Columbus as being a man of fine appearance, well-built, taller than most, and with strong limbs. His hair was very red, and his face was ruddy and freckled. Ferdinand, ruddy and freckled. His complexion very rather ruddy and blotchy. He was well-spoken. Christopher Columbus, a stranger in Spain, felt he could best trust his brothers and kindred complexion. What is it? Aquilino, ruddy complexion. Ruddy means black. Don't make that mistake. Here, Admiral of the Ocean Seas. He was born on ruddy complexion again. Ferdinand Columbus, Don Hernando Colon, was the son of the discoverer and Beatriz Enrique de Harana. He inherited his father's tall stature and ruddy complexion. So this is so absolute with the period at the motherfucking end. Like I said, I'm not here to convince anybody of anything. If you know how to read and you know how to discern, you're going to come away with the idea and fact that these people are black. Okay? Blonde Columbuses and swarthy olive tinted Columbus. Swarthy olive tinted? Yeah, Columbus is smooth. Okay. Swarthy olive tinted Columbuses, smooth visaged Columbuses, and Columbuses variously mustache bearded and whiskered. So I hope I got that right. Light skinned. It just goes on and on. You know what I mean? Not on and on with nonsense that somebody in the group might want to say, but with fact. All right. So it goes down and talk about Robert E. Lee, talk about Shakespeare being black, and all of that. Okay. So I'm gonna cut it there, and then you can always go back and listen to the video, but get the transcript. You can take your time reading it because I couldn't really make it out in the video as to what was being said, but the video, this is really complex. But the video uh, doesn't do the transcript does a better job in relating to what the video is saying. That's what I want to say. This is a rosacea skin disorder. This is not ruddy. This is ruddy, my people. Red hair, freckles, all of that. Okay. Here, origin of the black man's color. It's really dynamite, and it has all the evidence and proof right here. So I'm just gonna go down just as a treat, and the races of Europe and all of that, and the bridge history of Africa and her people. The Kazarian hypothesis and what that bullshit is all about. You know what it is. King James the fourth, no, what is the fifth and the first? No, that's the fourth and the first. His color blonde, his hair somewhat the same. His stature was in the middle side, wrote Arthur Wilson in the Historian of the Reign. Rather tall than long, well set and somewhat plump, of a ruddy complexion. Look like King James was big pimping back there, boy. It ain't the one that you find on Google. Ain't that white boy? Stewart, swarthy complected. He looked like Stewart, tall, dark, serious of expression, mild and some suspected. He had designs on the throne. There you go. All of these references and facts. The Jacobite Rebellion, the Monmouth Rebellion, where the boxer, the first heavyweight, come from. Cromwell was black, ruddy complexion, you guys. King Charles I, black. Cromwell, black. The Inquisitor, Takamata, black. Because you couldn't talk him out of nothing. Here, Cromwell was a gentleman farmer of the Hunters who had entered Parliament at the beginning of Charles' reign. They ain't gonna have no white motherfucker while the black king is having his way. What shit? His complexion was muddy and sallow. Muddy means like a dark color of mud, and sallow, a yellowish color, tinged with dark yellow. Okay, William Shakespeare was a black man. So we're gonna get on out of here. You guys can take a look at that. And Queen Anne, let me go on down here, King George II. And these are all, the evidences. So I ain't gotta lie and take up shit and say shit that's not true. Sophia Doretha, was the only surviving daughter of George William, Duke of Brunswick-Luneburg-Sel, a Huguenot. Huguenots were black. Okay. He saw a quarter-world man. Now, who are they talking about? John was obliged to wait for others ahead of him, and he noted none was permitted to stay long. He had ample chance to inspect the man. Instead, now he had seen Lawrence only at a distance. He saw a swarthy, well-knit man below medium size, clearly a Huguenot. Beethoven, you should know that. I mean, you guys should know this, man. That's not him. This is the motherfucking bullshit whitewashing that they do. Fuck white folk. Fuck all white folk. He was dark, motherfucker. Dark. George Washington, the man himself. Contemporaries of George Washington have commented. Now look, this is the history of the George Washington bicentennial celebration. They ain't gonna lie to that motherfucker, to your motherfucking asses. This is the fucking bicentennial celebration. A well-documented motherfucking book with facts, bitches. A great similarity exists also in the word pictures penned by those who met George Washington at different periods of his life. And under varying circumstances, one of the earliest of these depicts a handsome youth of 19, full height, 6'2", slender, blue eyes, an abundance of brown hair, and a clear ruddy complexion, motherfucker. We already know what ruddy means. You seen the picture of what ruddy means? Martha was not an impressionable girl to be swept dizzily off her feet at the Chamberlain's in March with her children and fortunes. George Washington, first of all, Martha must have sensed instinctively that she could trust him as the children's guardian, which was not surprising because of all his life, people trusted George. He was tall, rugged outdoorsman complexion, reddish hair, ruddy weather complexion. Now we know what ruddy means. A British officer who met Washington some years later reported that he had dark complexion, motherfucker. George Washington, a biography, John R. Alden. See, but you niggas don't want to read, man. Fuck you. You niggas, you wouldn't know how to pour piss out of a boot, even if the direction said turn up, motherfucker. And all you bitches who don't believe this shit can really kiss my ass. Kiss my ass. As a matter of fact, take a straw, stick it up in your own ass, and drink the creamy brown shit out that motherfucker. Alright? Here is describing Sir Charles immediately notified George, Lord London or Loudon, who went that same evening with the Colonel Stanwyck, these are all black people, to the governor's quarters to interview Van Horn. The colonel was ordered to arrest the suspect if Van Horn pointed him out and to secure all his papers. Van Horn's description was fairly specific and might be useful. The man they're talking about, Washington, who inquired about the letter, was tall, dark, with a red coat and a sword, and appeared to be a stranger. So, I think that Robert E. Lee, that he's tall, dark, and handsome. He was florid complexion, ruddy complexion, you guys. Lee was tall, dark, handsome. That's not him. That's not him. This is him. Like I was saying, there were a lot of people they were darker than me or dark like him who passed for white. Being white wasn't exactly fluid. It wasn't the same everywhere. There were some people looking like George Bush who was considered to be black, and people who were looking like me who were considered to be white. And especially had land and money. Alright, so we're going to close that out. We proved our point that Queen Isabella and King Ferdinand were black, and that the transatlantic slave trade has lasted up until now, 530 fucking years, not the 400 years in America, you dumb motherfucker. It only lasted for 90 years. But worldwide, up until this very day, we're still suffering. It has been 530 fucking years, not no 400. Worldwide. Alright, so we did that one with Jane. And now we are wrapping it up. Now let me see which one I want to do first. So, yeah, I'm going to do this one first. And I will be right back. Is there anybody that want to ask a question, you know? Anybody? Somebody? Everybody? I appreciate you guys being here. We're almost done. So you know me, I want to do a very thorough job. It's 4 hours in. We're going to wrap it up. And I'll be right back. This is 36 minutes. We're going to come back in 20 and then wrap it up for the last 16. Wrap it up for the last 30, really. But this one is 10 minutes long. I'll be right back. I'm going to let it play out. Let it play out. I'm going to skip this.
Waters touched the very river. In a time long, long ago, in a land whose borders touched the very rivers of Egypt, stretching from the broad banks of the Red Sea all the way to the dusky walls of Damascus. O Jerusalem, Jerusalem, if I forget thee, O Jerusalem, let my right hand forget her cunning. In 70 AD, Jerusalem was conquered and destroyed by Rome, by the iron fist of Titus, prophesied and foretold by Hamashiach himself. And according to Josephus, the Jerusalem demise was etched in the stars by various signs and wonders ignored by the children of Judah. A star, resembling a sword, which stood over the city, and a comet that continued a whole year. Thus, before the Jews' rebellion and before those commotions which preceded the war, when the people were come in great crowds to the feast of unleavened bread on the 8th day of the month, Nisan. And at the 9th hour of the night, so great a light shone round the altar and the holy house that it appeared to be bright daytime, which lasted for half an hour. This light seemed to be a good sign to the unskillful. It was so interpreted by the sacred scribes as to portend those events that followed immediately upon her. At the same festival also a heifer, as she was led by the high priest to be sacrificed, brought forth a lamb in the midst of the temple. Moreover, the east gate of the inner court of the temple, which was of brass and vastly heavy, and had been with difficulty shut by 20 men, rested upon the basis armed with iron, and had bolts fastened very deep into the firm floor, which was there made of one entire stone, was seen to be opened of its own accord, 6 hours night. Now those that kept watch in the temple came hereupon running to the captain of the temple, and told him of it. The temple, the doors of the temple are open. Who then came up thither, and not without great difficulty was able to shut the gate again. This also appeared to the vulgar to be a very happy prodigy, as if God had thereupon opened them the gate of happiness. But the men of learning understood it, that the security of their holy house was dissolved of its own accord, and that the gate was open for the advantage of their enemies. So these publicly declared that the signal foreshadowed the desolation that was coming upon them. Besides these, a few days after the feast, on the 20th day of the month, a certain prodigious and incredible phenomenon appeared. I suppose the account of it was seen to be a fable, were it not related by those that saw it, and were not the events that followed it of so considerable a nature as to deserve such signals. For before sunsetting, chariots and troops of soldiers in their armor were seen running about among the clouds and surrounding of cities. Moreover, at that feast, which was called Pentecost, as the priests were going by night into the inner court of the temple, as their custom was, to perform their sacred ministrations, they said that in the first place they felt a quaking, and heard a great voice, and after that they heard a sound of a great multitude, saying, "Let us remove from hence." But what is still more terrible, there was one Jesus, the son of Ananus, a plebeian, and a husbandman, who 4 years before the war began, and at the time when the city was in very great peace and prosperity, came to that feast, whereon it was our custom for everyone to make tabernacles to God in the temple, began on a sudden to cry aloud, "A voice in the east, a voice in the west, a voice from the four winds, a voice against Jerusalem and the holy house, a voice against the bridegrooms and the brides, and a voice against this whole people." And this was his cry, as he went about by day and by night in all the lanes of the city. However, certain of the most eminent among the populace had great indignation at this dire cry of his, and took upon the man and gave him a great number of severe stripes. Yet did not he either say anything for himself, or anything peculiar to those that chastised him, but still went on with the same words which he cried before. Hereupon our rulers, supposing, as the case proved to be, that this was a sort of divine fury in the man, brought him to the Roman curate, where he was whipped until his bones were laid bare. Yet he did not make any supplication for himself, nor shed any tears, but turning his voice to the most lamentable tone possible at every stroke of the whip, his answer was, "Woe, woe to Jerusalem!" When Albinus, for he was then our procurator, asked him who he was, and whence he came, and why he uttered such words, he made no manner of reply to what he said, but still did not leave off his melancholy ditty till Albinus took him to be a madman and dismissed him. Now, during all the time that passed before the war began, this man did not go near any of the citizens, nor was seen by them while he said so, but he every day uttered these lamentable words, as if it were his premeditated vow. "Woe, woe to Jerusalem!" Neither did he give ill words to any of those that beat him every day, nor good words to those that gave him food. But this was his reply to all men, and indeed no other than a melancholy presage of what was to come. This cry of his was the loudest at the festivals, and he continued this ditty for 7 years and 5 months, without growing hoarse or being tired therewith, until the very time that he saw this presage in earnest fulfilled. General Vespasian delegated responsibility of sacking the city of Jerusalem to his son, General Titus. Whereupon, before laying waste to the city and its inhabitants, the historian Tacitus reflected on the rumored origins of the inhabitants of Jerusalem and wrote, "Many again say that they were a race of Ethiopian origin, who in the time of King Cephas were driven by fear and hatred of their neighbors to seek a new dwelling place. Others describe them as an Assyrian horde, who not having sufficient territory took possession of part of Egypt and founded cities of their own in what is called the Hebrew country, lying on the borders of Syria." You see, during this time, not only were the ancient Israelites considered to be Ethiopians, who are black, which matches the depictions of the people of Judah with short, nappy, woolly hair seen on the Lakesh relief found in the London Museum. The depiction of Judah as an Ethiopian type people is also confirmed in the cranial analysis of Judah's Lakesh skulls, which describes Judean skulls as Egypto-Nubian. We also find that Tacitus also describes an ancient Syrian as black, as the following reference reads, "But there was one whose name was Sabinus, a soldier that served among the cohorts, and a Syrian by birth, who appeared to be of very great fortitude, both in the actions he had done and the courage of his soul he had shown. Although anybody would have thought, before he came to his work, that he was of such a weak constitution of body, that he was not fit to be a soldier, for his color was black." The following account of the fall of Jerusalem details the final moments before the destruction of the great city and Yahuwah's temple. These were the last moments before the forefathers of the so-called African Americans were expelled from their homes. As the following reference reads, "Jerusalem was built on two mountains and surrounded by three walls on every side, except where it was enclosed with deep valleys, which were deemed inaccessible. Each wall was fortified by high towers. The celebrated temple and the strong castle of Anatolia were on the east side of the city, and directly opposite to the Mount of Olives. Notwithstanding the prodigious strength of this famed metropolis, the infatuated Jews brought on their own destruction by their intestine contest. In other words, family, they were fighting among themselves as the Roman army approached." And it reads, "At a time when a formidable army..."
Black on black crime happened. That's what he just said. Haven't I been saying that all this motherfucking time? When two brothers fight, the stranger in the middle get the key to the house.
Was rapidly advancing. The Jews were assembling from all parts to keep the Passover. The contending factions were continually inventing new methods of mutual destruction, and in their ungoverned fury, they wasted and destroyed such vast quantities of provisions as might have preserved the city many years. 70 AD. Such was the miserable situation of Jerusalem when Titus began his march towards it with a formidable army. And having laid waste the country in his progress and slaughtered the inhabitants, arrived before its walls. The sight of the Romans produced a temporary reconciliation among the contending factions, that they unanimously resolved to oppose the common enemy. "Let them come. We will break their shields." Their first sally was accordingly made with such fury and resolution that though Titus displayed uncommon valor on this occasion, the besiegers were obliged to abandon their camps and flee to the mountains. No sooner had the Jews a short interval of quiet from their foreign enemies than their civil disorders were renewed. John, by an impious stratagem, found means to cut off or force Eleazar's men to submit to him, and the factions were again reduced to two, who opposed each other with impeccable animosity. The Romans, in the meantime, exerted all their energy in making preparation for a powerful attack upon Jerusalem. Trees were cut down, houses were leveled, rocks cleft asunder, and valleys filled up. Towers were raised and battering rams erected, with other engines of destruction against the devoted city. After the offers of peace which Titus had repeatedly sent by Josephus were rejected with indignation, the Romans began to play their engines with all their might. The strenuous attacks of the enemy again united the contending parties within the walls, who had also engines which they plied with uncommon fury. They had taken lately from Cetius, but were so ignorant of the use they did little execution, while the Roman legions made terrible havoc. The rebels were soon compelled to retire from the stones, which they threw incessantly from the towers they had erected, and the battering rams were at full liberty to play against the walls. A breach was soon made, at which the Romans entered and encamped in the city, while the Jews retreated behind the second enclosure. The victorious immediately advanced to the second wall and plied their engines and battering rams so furiously that one of the towers they had erected began to shake. And the Jews who occupied it, perceiving their impending ruin, set it on fire and precipitated themselves into flames. The fall of this structure gave the Romans an entrance into the second enclosure. They were, however, repulsed by the besieged. We make our last stand here. Hold the line. Twist them back. For Yahuwah! But at length regained the place entirely and prepared for attacking the third and inner wall. The vast number of people which were closed in Jerusalem occasioned a famine, which raged in a terrible manner. And as their calamities increased, the fury of the zealots, if possible, rose to a greater height. They forced open the houses of their fellow citizens in search of provisions. If they found any, they acquiesced tortures under pretense that they had food concealed. The nearest relations in the extreme hunger snatched the food from each other. Josephus, who was an eyewitness of the unparalleled sufferings of the Jews experienced during the siege of their metropolis, remarked that all the calamities that had ever befell any nation since the beginning of the world were inferior to the miseries of my countrymen. Thus, we see the exact fulfillment of the emphatic words of the Savior respecting the great tribulation of Jerusalem. Titus, who was apprised of the wretched condition, relaxed the siege 4 days, and being still desirous of saving the city, caused the provisions to be distributed to his army in the sight of the Jews, who flocked upon the walls to behold it. Josephus was next sent to his countrymen to attempt to persuade them not to plunge themselves in inevitable ruin by persisting in defense of a place which could hold out but little longer, and which the Romans looked upon as already their own. He exhorted them in the most pathetic terms to save themselves, their temple, and their country, and painted in strong colors the fatal effects which would result from their obstinacy. But the people, after many bitter invectives, began to dart their arrows at him. Yet he continued to address them with greater vehemence. Many were induced by his eloquence to run the utmost risk in order to escape the Romans, while others became more desperate and resolved to hold out to the last extremity. The Jews, who were forcibly seized by the Romans without the walls, and who made the utmost resistance for fear of punishment, were scourged and crucified near the city. Famine made them so daring in these excursions that 500, sometimes more, suffered this dreadful death every day. And on account of the number, Josephus observed that space was wanted for the crosses and the crosses for their captives. And yet, contrary to Titus's intention, the seditious Jews were not disposed to a surrender by these horrid spectacles. In order to check desertion, they represented the sufferers as supplants and not as men taken by resistance. Yet, even some who deemed the capital punishment inevitable escape to the Romans considered death by the hands of their enemies a desirable refuge when compared with the complicated distress which they endured. In order to accelerate the destined ruin of Jerusalem, Titus, discouraged and exacerbated by the repeated destruction of his engines and towers, undertook the arduous task of enclosing the city with a strong wall in order to prevent the inhabitants from receiving any succor from the adjacent country or eluding his vengeance by flight. Such was the persevering spirit of the soldiers that in 3 days they enclosed the city by a wall nearly 5 miles in circuit. Thus was the prophecy of our Savior accomplished. The day shall come upon thee, when thine enemies shall cast a trench about thee, and compass thee round about, and keep thee in on every side. Upon this the famine raged with augmented violence, and destroyed whole families, while Jerusalem inhabited a horrid spectacle of emaciated invalids and putrescent bodies. The dead were too numerous to be interred, and many expired in the performance of this office. The public calamity was too great for lamentation, and the silence of the unutterable woe overspread the city. The Romans, having pursued the attack with the utmost rigor, advanced their last engines against the walls, after having converted unto a desert, for wood to construct them, a country well planted and interspersed with gardens, for more than 11 miles round the city. They scaled the inner wall, and after a sanguinary encounter, made themselves masters of the fortress Antonia. Still, however, not only the zealots, but many of the people were yet so blinded that though nothing was now left but the temple, and the Romans were making formidable preparation to batter it down, they could not persuade themselves that God would suffer that holy place to be taken by heathens, but still expected a miraculous deliverance. And though the war was advancing towards the temple, they themselves burnt the portico, which joined it to Antonia, which occasioned Titus to remark that they began to destroy with their own hands that magnificent edifice which he had preserved. When Josephus was sent for the last time to John, who commanded in the temple to upbraid him for obstinately exposing that sacred building and the miserable remains of God's people to inevitable destruction, he answered with the bitterest invectives, adding that he was defending the Lord's vineyard, which he was sure could not be taken by any human force. Perhaps John should have read Isaiah chapter 5, verse 5, which reads, "And now go to, I will tell you what I will do to my vineyard. I will take away the hedge thereof, and it shall be eaten up, and break down the wall thereof, and it shall be trodden down. And I will lay it waste, it shall not be pruned nor digged, but there shall come up briars and thorns. I will also command the clouds that they rain no rain upon it. For the vineyard of Yahuwah of hosts is the house of Israel, and the men of Judah his pleasant plant. And he looked for judgment, but behold oppression. For righteousness, behold a cry. Woe unto them that join house to house, that lay field to field, till there be no place, that they may be placed alone in the midst of the earth. In my ears, said Yahuwah of hosts, of truth many houses shall be desolate, even great and fair, without habitation. Yea, 10 acres of vineyard shall yield one bath, and the seed of a homer shall yield an ephah. Woe unto them that rise up early in the morning, that they may follow strong drink, that continueth until night, till wine inflame them. And the harp and the viol and tabret and pipe and wine are in their feast. But they regard not the work of Yahuwah, neither consider the operation of his hands. Therefore, my people are gone into captivity, because they have no knowledge, and their honorable men are famished, and their multitude dried up with thirst. And continuing our reference, which reads, When Josephus was sent for the last time to John, who commanded in the temple, to upbraid him for obstinately exposing that sacred building and the miserable remains of God's people to inevitable destruction, he answered with the bitterest invectives, adding that he was defeating the Lord's victory, which he was sure could not be taken by any human force. Yet this monster had not scrupled to plunder the temple of a large quantity of its golden utensils and the magnificent gifts of kings, which he converted to his own use. He also seized the sacred oil, which was to maintain the lamps, and even used to intoxicate himself and his party with the wine, which is intended for sacrifice. On the 17th of July, the daily sacrifice ceased for the first time since its restoration by the brave Judas Maccabeus, there being no proper person left to make the offering. Titus upbraided the zealots for neglecting their worship and challenged them to leave the temple and fight on more proper ground in order to preserve that sacred edifice from the fury of his troops. But as they persisted in their inflexible obstinacy, Titus, after several bloody engagements, took possession of the outward court of the Gentiles and forced the besieged into that of the priest. The Roman commander had determined in council not to burn the temple, considering the existence of so proud a structure an honor to himself. He therefore attempted to batter down one of the galleries of the precinct. But as the strength of the wall eluded the force of all his engines, his troops next endeavored to scale it, but were repulsed with considerable loss. When Titus found that his desire of saving the sacred building was likely to cost many lives, he set fire to the gates of the outer temple, which being plated with silver, burnt all night, and the flame rapidly communicated to the adjacent galleries and porticos. Now listen, fam, it says, Titus, who was still desirous of preserving the temple, caused the flames to be extinguished, appeased the clamors of his troops, who vehemently insisted on the necessity of razing it to the ground. As we hold our place here, family, let's turn to Psalms 137, verse 7, to see who it was that said, raise it to the ground. So remember, Josephus said that it was General Titus's troops that said, raise it to the ground. However, in the Bible, in Psalms chapter 137, verse 7, the Bible gives a name to the people who said, raise it to the ground. And it reads, remember, O Yahuwah, the children of Edom in the day of Jerusalem, who said, raise it, even to the foundation thereof. Listen, fam, it says, O daughter of Babylon, who art to be destroyed, happy shall he be that rewardeth thee, as thou hast served us. Happy shall he be that taketh and dashes thy little ones against the stone. So as you can see, the Bible calls the people who said, raise it to the ground. The Bible identifies those people as Edom, as the daughter of Babylon. The utmost exertions of Titus to save the temple were, however, ineffectual. Our Savior had foretold its total destruction, and his awful prediction was about to be accomplished. And now, says Josephus, the fatal day approached, and the revolution of ages, the 10th of August, emphatically called the Day of Vengeance, in which the first temple had been destroyed by the king of Babylon. While Titus was reposing himself in his pavilion, a Roman soldier, without receiving any command, seized some of the blazing materials, and with the assistance of another soldier, who raised him from the ground, threw them through a window into one of the apartments that surrounded the sanctuary. The whole north side up to the third floor was immediately enveloped in flames. The Jews, who now began to suppose heaven had forsaken them, rushed in with violent lamentations and spared no effort, not even life itself, to preserve the sacred edifice on which they had rested their security. Titus, being awakened by the outcry, hastened to the spot and commanded his soldiers to exert themselves to the utmost to extinguish the fire. He called, he urged, and threatened his men. But so great was the clamor and the tumult that his entreaties and menaces were alike disregarded. The exasperated Romans, who resorted thither from the camp, were engaged either in increasing conflagration or killing the Jews. The dead were heaped about the altar, and a stream of blood flowed at its steps. Still, as the flames had not reached the inner part of the temple, Titus with some of his chief officers entered the sanctuary in most holy place, which excited his astonishment and admiration. After having in vain repeated his attempts to prevent its destruction, he saved the golden candlestick, the table of showbread, the altar of perfumes, which were all of pure gold, and the volume of the law, wrapped up in a rich golden tissue. Upon his leaving the sacred place, some other soldiers set fire to it, after tearing off the golden plating from the gates and timberwork. A horrid massacre soon followed, in which prodigious multitudes perished, while others rushed in a kind of frenzy into the midst of the flames, and precipitated themselves from the battlements of their falling temple. 6,000 persons, who, deluded by a false prophet, with hopes of a miracle, of a miraculous deliverance, had fled to a gallery yet standing without the temple, perished at once by the relentless barbarity of the soldiers, who set it on fire and suffered none to escape. The conquerors carried their fury to such a height as to massacre all they met without distinction of age, sex, or quality. They also burnt all the treasure houses, containing vast quantities of money, plate, and the richest furniture. In a word, they continued to mark their progress with fire and sword, till they had destroyed all, except two of the temple gates, and that part of the court which was destined for the women. When the sword had returned to its scabbard for want of objects whereon to exercise its fury, and the troops were satisfied with plunder, Titus commanded the whole city and temple to be demolished. Upon viewing the strength of the works, he exclaimed, "We have fought with the assistance of God. It was God who drove the Jews out of these fortifications. For what can the hands of men or the force of machines effect against these towers?" In order to give posterity an idea of the strength of the city and the astonishing valor of its conquerors, he preserved the highest towers, Phasaelus, Hippicus, and Maron, and a part of the wall which surrounded Jerusalem to the west. All the other circuit of the city was so leveled as not to leave those who approached it any proof that it ever had been inhabited. It is recorded in the Talmud and by Maimonides that Terentius Rufus plowed up the foundations of the temple. Thus were our Savior's prophecies fulfilled. Thy enemies shall lay thee even to the ground, and there shall not be left one stone upon another. And so the descendants of Edom destroyed the Most High Yah's temple and burned it to the ground, going as far as to dig up the very foundation stones of his holy temple in an attempt to erase any evidence of its existence, which explains why Yahuwah's judgment against Edom is sometimes referred to as the vengeance of his temple. Oh yes, Yahuwah is prophesied to pay Esau back in what's called the day. Obadiah chapter 1 verse 8 reads, "Shall I not in that day, says Yahuwah, even destroy the wise man out of Edom, and understanding out of the mount of Esau, and thy mighty man, O Teman, shall be dismayed, to the end that every one of the mount of Esau may be cut off by slaughter. For thy violence against thy brother Jacob, shame shall cover thee. Thou shalt be cut off forever. And the day that thou stoodest on the other side, and the day that strangers carried away captive his foes, and foreigners entered into his gate, and cast lots upon Jerusalem, even thou wast as one of them. But thou shouldest not have looked on the day of thy brother, and the day that he became a stranger. Neither shouldest thou have rejoiced over the children of Judah in the day of their destruction. Neither shouldest thou have spoken proudly in the day of distress. Thou shouldst not have entered into the gate of my people in the day of their calamity. Yea, thou shouldst not have looked on their affliction in the day of their calamity, nor have laid hands on their substance in the day of their calamity. Neither shouldst thou have stood in the crossway to cut off those of his that did escape. Neither shouldst thou have delivered up those of his that did remain in the day of distress. And so, family, Esau's days are numbered, and the Most High will pay him back in full. And with that, family, thank you for taking the time to watch and support. Thank you for those who continue to lift me and my family and the whole house of Israel up in your thoughts and prayers. And thank you for those who continue to share these videos with your family and friends. Well, Israel, hope you enjoyed it. Stay blessed and shalom.
All right, we are at our last video. It's 10 minutes long. And I'm going to make my comment, and we'll be done. Let me see, 4 hours and 40 minutes. So we'll be almost 5 hours in. 5 hours. Blessed be the name of Yah. With total respect to our ancestors, I am deeply moved. I am deeply committed. And I am deeply indebted to our ancestors. May their names live on forever. And may our present day generation rise up to be the mighty, mighty lions of Judah. For these bones in the valley are coming together. I know for a fact that our resurgence and our calamity is over. That resurgence will burn to the very bone of white folk. So let me play this last video, and then I will give my comment. Hold on.
I know thy works, and tribulation, and poverty, but thou art rich. Welcome to the Black Excellence and Abundance Channel. The great continent of Africa has been known by many names. Names like Ortija, Korpai, Libya, Ethiopia, Akibalon, and currently Africa.
Place this incredible DIY device in your home to generate cost-free, unlimited fresh water.
One name that is usually not on that list is a section of Africa known as Negroland. What is Negroland? And where is Negroland? And who comes from Negrolands? Well, it would stand to reason that Negrolands is the origin of the so-called Negro. The very large section of Africa known as Negroland would include countries like Senegal, Cape Verde, Gambia, Guinea, Sierra Leone, Liberia, Ghana, Togo, Benin, the Congo, Nigeria, Mali, and a few others. So you see, this was a very huge section of Africa, which included several countries where the Negroes were actually scattered throughout the world from this region, also known as the Slave Coast, or the Gold Coast, or the Ivory Coast. And in that place called Negroland was a region called the Kingdom of Judah, also referred to as the Kingdom of Wahuda. And lived there were Jews. On this map, you can see a map of the Slave Coast, which is current-day Ghana. This is where many of the slaves were shipped from, and the last place that they seen was a door known as the Door of No Return. That door still stands to this day. Please notice on this slide, at the very top, you'll see K of Judah, or Wahuda, Slave Coast. Same exact place. So the Kingdom of Judah, the Kingdom of Wahuda, was the exact same place as the Slave Coast. So who was shipped from the Slave Coast? Judah, the Negroes. When we look at the migration pattern of the Hebrew Israelites of the Bible, we see that they left from Jerusalem and traveled through Africa, eventually settling in West Africa, where there was no place else to go. Another very important point that we would like to make, biblically speaking, in the Bible, in St. Luke, chapter 21, verses 20 and 21. And it reads, "And when you shall see Jerusalem compassed with armies, then know that the desolation thereof is nigh. Then let them which are in Judea flee to the mountains, and let them which are in the midst of it depart out, and let not them that are in the countries enter thereinto." So Jesus was telling them, when you see the armies of the Romans, flee into the mountains, because desolation is coming. And the mountains that he was speaking of were the mountains of Africa. And that's exactly where the Hebrew Israelites fled to. Now, with foreknowledge and deductive reasoning, we can conclude safely that the Israelites fled into Africa based on the fact that if they fled in any other direction, they'd be fleeing into enemy territory. The significance of this shows the migration pattern of the Israelites led into Africa. Dr. Ben Ephraim has did some outstanding work on the difference between the Africans and the Hebrews. Although we were both in Africa, we were not the same people. It was a difference between Shem and Ham. In his studies, he proved that the DNA for Shem is E1B1A, and for Ham is E1B1B. Ham, the youngest son of Noah, born probably about 96 years before the flood, and one of 8 persons to live through the flood. He became the progenitor of the dark races, not the Negroes, but the Egyptians, Ethiopians, Libyans, and Canaanites. Now, it's important to remember that the Zondervan Compact Bible Dictionary states that Negroes do not descend from Ham. If Negroes don't descend from Ham, and we know they don't descend from Japheth, that only leaves one descendant of Noah, and that's Shem. Negroes descend from the line of Shem. Thus, Negroland is the land of Shem.
Deja de estudiar inglés. Comienza a hablar inglés. Vamos a empezar a practicar inglés. What is your...
Now, I don't know if the guy know about the Jews out of Spain and Portugal and how they acquired the name of Negro, which is where the name Negro land comes from. But he's on point.
Although we look very similar, it is easy to see how Shem and Ham could be mistaken for one another. Moses was mistaken for an Egyptian, Joseph was mistaken for an Egyptian, and Jesus, Yeshua, was hidden in Egypt because he looked like the Egyptians, although they all were Hebrews. Jeremiah 9:16 says, I will scatter them among the heathens, whom neither they nor their fathers have known, and I will send a sword after them till I have consumed them. The Most High clearly states that he will scatter Judah.
The entire west coast of Africa.
Now we know that the Bible says that Judah will be scattered to the four corners of the earth. And we also know that the kingdom of Judah is the same place where the transatlantic slave trade started. So either the Bible is telling the truth, or this is simply the greatest coincidence of all time. We'll let you be the judge. And just think, all my life I thought the term Negro was a derogatory term, only to find out that there was indeed a place known as Negro land, where the Hebrews of the Bible actually migrated to and was shipped from. Amazing. The Black Excellence and Abundance Channel, where Black history is every day.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to wrap it up because I'm tired, man. Shit. I'm going to stop the screen and give my last comment. And it's really simple. Know your history. Know your history, know the past so you can understand the present and predict the future. Without roots, the tree can be pushed over easily with the lies and the deceitful nature of white folks and the Vatican and the country from which we come from. I can't make it no simpler than that, guy. I am truly dedicated to our ancestors and revealing who they are. Speaking truth to power. Because when you are back connected to our ancestors, you become our ancestors. There's no ifs, ands, or buts. Stay black for the next 24/7, 365. Stay black, black, black. And fuck all white folks. I will see you tomorrow, brother Maurice, if you're here. And to everybody that's been on this show or came by, I truly appreciate you, Brother Willie. And looking forward for next week. All right, let's get it on the clock because I'm going to bed. I'm tired. But peace to everybody and shalom.